Welcome along to the Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. Before Game 2 of the League Championship Series, the Big Train one win away from clinching their 11th title in team history. But first, how they got here. It took 3 games and a win-or-go-home Game 3 against the Crop Dusters to get back to the Championship Series for the 14th straight summer. Let's take a look how the Big Train did so.
Let's go, Big Train! Let's go, Big Train!
I don't do the most, but I do a lot. I'ma make a toast, cause we still alive. No big, I feel like Pac. I shoot a shot. I'm coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam, I'm feeding the meter. They got the iron while I got the steamer.
Jeffrey Hart, are you kidding me? It's time! It's the fair ball down the left field line. In with a stand-up double and the winning run in scoring position. Appearances last time up that resulted in a walk. And it's a slow chopper. And the Big Train win the game! Are you kidding me? Casey Bishop, the hero tonight, and the Big Train take Game 1 of the semifinals. And in 12 innings, a 4-3 final for the Big Train tonight, and what is one of, if not the most exciting games in recent memory for Bethesda.
Following signs on the road, pretending to know where to go. Now we're bending and breaking the mold, searching for hope, out on our own. Don't know what comes next, haven't been there yet, but we feel the weight on our shoulders. It's a wild ride, only got one life, and we'll take on whatever it throws us. Always living on the run, never setting with the sun.
He's safe! Dixon Williams stole home! Wall and it's gone! Dean Twigo with a 2-run home run! Big Train back out in front. Gotta protect, swings, drives this one out to left. It's gonna fall in, a base hit. Into scores or here comes the throw to the plate, in with a head first dive, and the Big Train have gotten past the Crop Dusters and advanced to the finals.
And we welcome you back to the Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. Adam Glover, I'm Eli Kleinman. Adam, the Big Train 16-10 win last night in Alexandria, the most runs the Aces have given up all summer, and the Big Train offense seems to be rolling again. Double-digit runs in back-to-back games for the first time since June 13th and June 14th. What has changed for this offense?
The power and the home run ball. All of a sudden, the Big Train in the postseason, a lot of home runs, 9 in 4 games. Of course, Schiavone, the man last night with 3 of them, but Dean Twigo has looked really good, and then, of course, Jeffrey Hurt's back in Game 1 of the semifinals. That's really been the difference maker, because for a good portion of last night, the Aces out-hit the Big Train.
opportunities.
Between the ice cubes and the rock, paper, scissors behind us, how has this team come together this summer, and how special of a group of players and coaches has it been?
I mean, this team has been a great team for us, I think, and I think that we've all gotten really close, and we trust one another, and it's just like another family for us.
That can hit, and they will hit the fastball. But if you can continue to have confidence in that pitch, then you can work the off-speed breaking stuff and be able to shut down the lineup.
Moments ago, I caught up with Big Train manager Sal Colangelo, who discussed Haas Stetler and what he needs to do tonight, as well as the offensive outburst from last night, as the Big Train are 1 game away from winning another championship. I'm with Big Train manager Sal Colangelo. Sal, you guys picked up a big win last night. The offense looked as good as it's looked in a long time. What did you see from the offense that made you really happy last night?
Well, I just think going up there, being aggressive, having great approaches at the plate, watching a lot of tendencies with the pitcher and hitting their mistakes at the right time, and just really staying within ourselves, doing what we do, not trying to hit the ball over the fence or doing what we're not able to do. We picked up a couple of tendencies with the guy. We changed our approach, and it worked. And they're great players. They have great swings. They just got to do what they do and stay within themselves, and that's what we did last night.
One player in particular, Jason Schiavone, who's back for his second summer, hit 3 home runs last night. I know you and Jason have a great relationship. What does it mean for a guy like that to come back, to want to come back to Bethesda for a second summer and then have one of his biggest games on the biggest stage last night in the championship series?
Well, Jason's not just a great player. He's a great kid. Comes from a great family, plays at a great program, and just wants to work. I mean, Jason understands the summer ball. It's about developmental. Obviously he wants to win because life's about winning to him, and that's life. Life is about competing. Coachable kids are employable adults. And Jason just came here, low stress situation, structure, knew he would work, get his ABs, and also work on his craft, not just behind the plate, but at the plate. And he's done a great job this year making the right steps out there. So I couldn't be any happier for him.
And for tonight, you have a chance to clinch the series here at home. What does the team need to do well, both offensively and on the pitching side, in order to beat a really talented Aces team?
Yeah, Aces are talented. Coach Brissett does a good job. I really emphasize 3 key concepts: is catch the ball, execute the fundamental, and attack the strike zone at those strikes. If we can do those things, I think we'll be fine. We just got to put it all together. We're playing well together right now at the right time. The guys, are loving it here. A lot of times in the summer, you get to the end of the season, they just want to go home. And clearly, with the series we had with the Crop Dusters, fighting to the end and doing what we did, it just shows that they're resilient. They don't want to go home. They like it here. They'll have a couple weeks after the next day or so to enjoy family, enjoy their girlfriends, and just get some, relaxation and some, time away from baseball, which is always good for everybody.
And you give the ball tonight to Jack Hosteller as the starting pitcher for the Big Train. He's been phenomenal through the month of July. What has impressed you from Jack this summer, and what do you expect from him tonight?
I think we're going to get a good performance out of Jack. I think he's going to have great command. He's going to throw a pretty good slider, and he's going to compete. He's really going to compete, and Jack likes to compete. So, I could say he's getting 4 to 6 innings out of Jack at least. With this heat at 101, he's going to give it everything he's got. We're going to watch, make sure he's safe, and he'll let us know when he's out of gas. But he's going to compete. He's going to come after you, and he's going to give us a chance to win.
And one final question. The final home game tonight for this team in front of this crowd, expected to be a packed house as it has been for most of the summer. What does it mean to play in front of this crowd and this fan base that is clearly so passionate about this team?
Well, I mean, this team is the fans. The fans own this team, and they enjoy coming out. We love the fans. It's electric when they're here. They're really awesome. Just good families in the community of Bethesda, and that's really what the whole thing's about. We wanted to bring baseball to Bethesda and give it and put on a good show with great talent, great kids from all over the country, and we wanted to put on a good show for them. So if fortunate enough to win tonight, it's not just our championship; it's a championship for Bethesda and the fans as well.
Well, good luck tonight. Well, thanks to Jason and Sal for joining us on our Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. We're moments away from first pitch from Shirley Povich Field. Game 2 between the Aces and the Big Train. A chance for the Big Train to clinch tonight at home in their final home game in front of this raucous crowd. Adam Glover will have the play-by-play. We'll be on the call in just moments from Bethesda.
Well, unfortunately, the weather here at Shirley Povich Field is not cooperating at the current moment. We appreciate you being with us here on the Big Train Baseball Network. Game 2 of the League Championship Series Finals between the Aces and the Big Train currently delayed. About 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time here in Bethesda, Maryland. The rain really started to come down. Original plan just to tarp the mound, tarp home plate, but with the rain coming down very quickly, the players, credit to them, coaches, even some of the interns out there to put the tarp on the field. So it doesn't look like rain is really the issue at the current moment. Right now it is the thunder and the lightning. So stay tuned for updates. You can also check out all the social medias as well at Go Big Train, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We are always really good about updating it there, and we will continue to update you here as well. Once again, in a delay for Game 2.
Big Train New England trip. Here we go.
Think I can fly. Think I can fly when I'm with you.
Status, ready to roll.
My arms are wide, catching fire as the wind blows. I know that I'm rich enough for pride. I see $1 billion
out here
in your eyes.
in Queens. Hey guys, we made it. We're touring Citi Field right now. Julia, how was the bus ride here? It wasn't bad actually. It wasn't bad. Pretty bad traffic once we got into the city, but other than that, it was fine. I slept the whole way here.
It's the GoPro. You gotta get everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is it on us, Jeff?
It should be fine.
Talk to it.
Word. Hey, we are at Citi Field. About to do a tour with the guys, you know what I'm saying? Word. Everyone get in here. Okay, selfie.
I got a mic.
Mic testing, 1, 2, 3.
I think it works.
All right. Yeah, you got me, bro. You got me, bro. I gotta go get my. Hey, Lopez. Lopez. Say what up to the mic, bro.
What up, Mike?
Yeah. Oh yeah, good back cracking. There we go. Here, we'll tell him. Talk to him, Owen. Talk to him. Talk to him. What are we about to do, Owen?
We're about to tour Citi Field.
Yeah, you like the Mets or no?
The Mets, no. I hate the Mets.
You hate the Mets? Oh, that ain't no good, bro. That ain't no good, bro. Yeah. See, then we got Jeff on here. We got Jeff on here. Hey, finna boot up. Finna come with a boot. Get that boy. Let's get Mr. Long here. We got me. We already got John here.
You said he's a big Braves fan. He hates the Mets.
Nah.
Everybody anti.
And let him talk
No
about
way.
how he had a good time this weekend.
We don't need to talk about the weekend on the mic, man.
I'm putting this in my. I'm just putting it in there. Where's Sal at? Where's Sal at? I don't care.
I'm just not trying to.
Bro, yeah, that causes problems.
Don't forget your items. There's one here.
Yeah, Jeff.
Is this how you do it? You do it like this?
Yeah, I'm not taking a picture.
Word, we mic'd up. We finna go in City Field. We got past security. Let's get it. That boy going to Tulane too. Hey, and we finna get Jeffrey on there too. Finna get him on. We're going to see the statue. We got my boy Gilbert here, Mets legend, son. It's pretty nice sculpture there. What's his middle name? Raymond. Gilbert Raymond. There for you guys. A Mets legend. We're still waiting on our tour here. It get bad. Yeah, get my boy Dean in here. Big organ guy. Whack, whack, whack. Tell him. Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Hey, it's lunchtime. My favorite time of the day. Let's get it. This is Teddy.
What's up, guys?
Best outfielder in the country, you know?
Don't know about that, but
he's
maybe two behind this guy.
He's a dog. What do you think about this experience, Teddy?
I mean, it's an amazing experience. Fortunate that we're able to do this, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah. There's Teddy for you. Teddy Ruffner, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Piazza, bro. He's a dog in MLB The Show. I know that. I ain't never seen him play, though. Yeah, here we go. Come on. Where's the food at? Ooh, I smell some food. But you use this one? Oh, we got Tom Seaver. That's my boy. Look at him. Yeah. Word. It's my boy Tom Seaver. You know what I'm saying? One of the best pitchers of all time.
I think they even notice if that's gone.
Huh?
Just take it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
This is going on.
Tom.
Train, Audrey.
Yeah. Hey, get my boy Brandon here. You know what I'm saying, bro? Hey, that boy throw 9-9 from the left side.
Relax.
Hey, it's finna be a Brandon Clark statue like Tom Seaver over there.
Relax.
Yeah. We all packed up in the elevator, really tight. The team picks of the Mets.
And we have 7 beer coolers.
For pride, I see $1 billion in your eyes. Even if we're strangers till we die. I wanna run away. I wanna run away. Anywhere out this place. Why do I feel like I'm drowning? Like I'm running out of air. Why do I feel like I'm falling? When I'm nowhere near the air.
There it is. First time anyone's ever called me Adam Glovier. I think I'm going to keep this forever. It's a great moment.
Big Train 2023.
Hey guys, welcome to the vlog. So I'm giving you a tour of our house while we're here. So we have a porch. Say hi. We're good, Coach. So this is the house. It's our front porch. And we go inside and we have playrooms. Then we'll go see Adam and Peter. Do you guys want to say hi to the vlog?
Is that the one from Harrison?
Yeah.
Yep. Please step in. We're gonna give you a tour. So, this is our room. I'm gonna take over. Oh yeah. So here's our wonderful spot for the day. My bed.
We're in an attic, by the way.
Peter's bed. We do have our own desks, but we only have one chair.
Oh,
so,
no, there's another.
Oh, there is another desk.
Come on.
Oh, and we all have our own bar of soap.
Yes.
Train.
Roll train!
Wait, but check.
Just let me know. Can you be the one to hold and not let me go? I need to know. Could you be the one to call when I lose control? I need your love. 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 Could you be the one to call when I lose control? When I lose control. When I lose control.
Yeah, if we're up by like 10, I'm getting an at-bat. You got that? At-bat if we're up by 10, okay?
Walking on a dream, hoping I explain, talking to myself. Will I see again? We are always running for the thrill of it, always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it. All along, we are calling out now to get.
No rest for the wicked.
Yeah.
We survived a 30-minute journey.
We did. Wasn't very long.
And the fog lifted.
Yeah, there was a lot of fog. Couldn't see more than like 30 feet. Peter, where are we?
We're in Martha's Vineyard.
You sure it's not Waldorf?
Pretty sure it's Amity Island.
I'm pretty confident.
All right, we have made it to Oak Bluff's Martha's Vineyard. Didn't get a game in yesterday.
Get a picture of the ocean.
Gonna get one today. Nice little view right here.
It's a beautiful view.
Martha's Vineyard, baby. Podcaster.
Excited to be here.
Harrison's back there, our producer.
Make people look pretty.
Yeah, we got Aaron over here. In front of us, we got Peter. Wave, Peter. Hi, Peter. Julianne, Michael, our GM.
We don't know where we are. We're just following Michael. He says he's been here 1,000 times.
We're following the leader.
Yes, so we are going into the Flying Horses, America's oldest carousel.
Cycling.
Safety learning. Stay green, folks. Yeah. Trying to grab a brass ring. So they try to grab it multiple times. You get a brass ring, you get a free ride. Pretty cool. Oh, I see a Red Wing shirt.
Oh. Now Patrick is interested.
Too bad the Red Wings suck. Feel some of these houses.
Oh, wow.
Pretty cool.
Very pretty. Interesting.
Finally, some baseball.
Some baseball.
Finally.
Show him, Patrick. Show him the
All right, here we
baseball.
go. Here we go. Let's get first pitch.
First pitch. Let's go.
Let's go, Dixon.
I'm not trying to take it, just let me see it. POV. I'm the narrator. POV. 2-5. Peak arm sleeve. We got this team right here. They just they're all big. They're all very big and scary looking.
What are you doing up there?
Doing an interview.
About what?
This team we're playing, they're all big.
They all big.
Wait. All right, we're here with Skylar Hutto today. Hutto, you threw a pregame bullpen. Looked pretty iffy. What was the goal of the bullpen today?
You know, just throw good. Because it depends on that one thing.
I have heard Alabama has some pretty good education. Where did you learn that good English from?
West Morgan High School.
Okay. And at West Morgan, your dad was the coach, if I'm not correct, or am I?
No, you're correct.
Okay. Yes. And did you throw good in your bullpen today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it didn't look very good from my point of view. I'm not gonna lie. You didn't really throw any pitches that looked that impressive.
Yeah.
So how did you get to Alabama and you're not that good?
Yeah, that was
Oh.
I'm Power 5, dude. There we go.
I'm here with Davion Hickson, recent FSU, go Noles, now he's with Rice. How did you feel in your outing today?
Fantastic. 1 inning. Open the game.
Yeah.
No runs.
The game's not getting cold, bro. Are you kidding? Yeah, they have it all the time.
We got fog making its way in here. Favorite movie?
He's dog shit. No, that's not him.
You got that too. Can you guess what the movie is? I'm not really sure what to do.
Rain Man. I don't know.
Are you serious? Dude, it's Talladega Nights.
Yeah, okay.
Idiot!
Okay. Yeah. All right, Max, favorite movie?
Forrest Gump. No way.
Bad. That's terrible take.
How is that a terrible take?
Awful take. Jack, favorite movie?
Interstellar.
Okay, good choice.
The Lion King.
Oh. Favorite movie?
Mickey, let's see. From Greenbow,
Patriot.
Alabama.
Patriot, good movie.
Cars, the first one.
W take.
Good take.
42.
42, okay, good take.
Yeah, The Dark Knight.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Favorite movie.
I watched Dark Knight for the first time last week, and that's probably my favorite.
Yeah. He has so much power.
Oh
man.
my God, Jeff and those thighs. Oh, he has so much pop.
Oh, this is recording.
Oh, hey guys. Oh, are we on?
Well, I didn't mean to, but here we are.
Hey everyone, it's the end of the night. We're completely exhausted and delirious. Let's go.
Say hi to the camera.
Hi.
Thanks, man.
It's like National Treasure 2 in the city of gold.
I don't know where these kids came from. I don't know why they're here, but we're having a great time. Roll train!
Roll train!
And a quick update here from Shirley Povich Field. We are looking at an 8 p.m. start time. The tarp is just about to be removed from the field, so stay tuned to socials, and we'll also continue to update here on the Big Train Baseball Network. We'll see if Hurd swings 2-0 here. He's been so good in this count. He does, and it's belted! Right field! Jeffrey Hurd, are you kidding me? It's tied! Unbelievable! Jeffrey Hurd flips the bat! It's 3-3 in the ninth! You gotta be kidding me! The swing of the year! 399! Over 100 miles an hour! Jeffrey Hurd! Are you kidding me? And he steps on home plate just in case.
Moment too small. watching you when you leave. Something new. Keep hoping you feel this too. Holding on and on and on and on. Hoping I can get to know you better. Living in sweet suburbia. Some fun is all you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner alone. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up. The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey, hey baby, I love the way you groove. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey, hey baby.
Welcome along to the Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. Before Game 2 of the League Championship Series, the Big Train one win away from clinching their 11th title in team history. But first, how they got here. It took 3 to get back to the championship series for the 14th straight summer. Let's take a look how the Big Train did so.
Let's go, Big Train! Let's go, Big Train!
I don't do the most, but I do a lot. I'ma make a toast, cause we still alive. No big, I feel like Pac. I shoot a shot. I'm coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam, I'm feeding the meter. They got the iron while I got the steamer.
Jeffrey Hart, are you kidding me? It's time! It's the fair ball down the left field line. In with a stand-up double and the winning run in scoring position. Appearances last time up that resulted in a walk. And it's a slow chopper. And the Big Train win the game! Are you kidding me? Casey Bishop, the hero tonight, and the Big Train take Game 1 of the semifinals. And in 12 innings, a 4-3 final for the Big Train tonight, and what is one of, if not the most exciting games in recent memory for Bethesda.
Following signs on the road, pretending to know where to go. Now we're bending and breaking the mold, searching for hope, out on our own. Don't know what comes next, haven't been there yet, but we feel the weight on our shoulders. It's a wild ride, only got one life, and we'll take on whatever it throws us. Always living on the run, never setting with the sun.
He's safe! Dexton Williams stole home! Wall and it's gone! Dean Twigo with a 2-run home run! Big Train back out in front. Gotta protect, swings, drives this one out to left. It's gonna fall in, a base hit. Into scores or here comes the throw to the plate, in with a head first dive, and the Big Train have gotten past the Crop Dusters and advanced to the finals.
And we welcome you back to the Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. Adam Glover, I'm Eli Kleinman. Adam, the Big Train 16-10 win last night in Alexandria, the most runs the Aces have given up all summer, and the Big Train offense seems to be rolling again. Double-digit runs in back-to-back games for the first time since June 13th and June 14th. What has changed for this offense?
The power and the home run ball. All of a sudden, the Big Train in the postseason, a lot of home runs, 9 in 4 games. Of course, Schiavone, the man last night with 3 of them, but Dean Twigo has looked really good, and then, of course, Jeffrey Hurts back in Game 1 of the semifinals. That's really been the difference maker, because for a good portion of last night, the Aces out-hit the Big Train, but it was 4 home runs for them that put them over the edge.
Well, you mentioned Jason Schiavone, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs. I caught up with the man of last night, Jason Schiavone, to hear what he had to say about his phenomenal performance. I'm alongside Big Train catcher Jason Schiavone after a 3-home run game last night in Alexandria as he gets some ice cubes put down his back. Jason, what were you seeing at the plate last night, and what were you looking for in that game?
You know, I was more like just trying to find a pitch I can do damage with. And, you know, I got a couple situations where it's like, you know, one out, runner on third. You know, I was just trying to score a run, do my job. And, you know, I put a good swing on a couple of good pitches, and good things happened after that.
A couple of the home runs came with 2 strikes. Do you change your approach with 2 strikes at the plate?
Yeah, so I go more like a wide stance, just trying to find anything close to the plate. And, you know, just trying to put a good barrel on it. And that was my main focus today, or yesterday.
This is your second summer in Bethesda. You get to play one more game this summer in front of this crowd. What has this team and this community meant for you?
I mean, the community's meant everything for me. I mean, our fans are the greatest, and we have such a good crowd every game. And I think tonight's gonna be an even better day for us. And I couldn't be more happy to be here this summer.
And your offensive outburst over the last couple games has been part of a bigger team offensive success as of late. What has changed offensively for this team as we've gotten later into the postseason?
Yeah, I know. I think that, you know, throughout the middle of the season, we went through kind of like a little slump here and there, not scoring as many runs and not taking advantage of the opportunities we get. So I think that our mental approach and, like, how we changed things was just, you know, if a runner got in scoring position or if we had runners on, you know, just taking advantage of it and trying to do, like, the little things to score those runs, because every run matters in these games and playoffs especially, because, you know, the Aces put together a great lineup, and they always do, and they got great pitchers. So it's really hard to like, you know, like, score the runs when you when you try to do too much. So when we have them in front of us, we just try to you know, take advantage of the opportunities.
Between the ice cubes and the rock paper scissors behind us, how has this team come together this summer, and how special of a group of players and coaches has it been?
I mean, this team has been a great team for us, I think, and I think that we've all gotten really close, and, you know, we trust one another, and it's just like another family for us. And whether that's like we're college teammates or, you know, we'll see each other in college eventually, like, it all, like, we're all tied together now, and it's a really big family for us, and it's just another part of our journey.
Well, thank you, and good luck tonight in Game 2.
Thank you.
And we welcome you back once again to the Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. Adam, the offense has to keep rolling tonight. Who's one player you look to tonight who you think can have a big performance?
I think it's Dixon Williams. You know, Jason Schiavone, great night. Jeffrey Hurd had a great night back in the semifinals. But Dixon Williams has been the one consistent in this lineup at the top of the lineup. He doesn't have to have a night like he had against the Crop Dusters, you know, grand slam, steals home. But if they can consistently get him on base, they're going to be in great shape. They're going to have runners in scoring position, and Dixon can run. So base hits from those 3-4 hitters should be able to bring him in.
And Jack Hostetler gets the ball on the mound tonight. The Big Train pitching has not been its usual self. Still good, but not perfect like it has been for most of the summer. What needs to change for Big Train pitching tonight against a really dangerous Aces lineup?
It's the command of the fastball, both for Galley and Gutierrez. The command of that pitch hasn't been there. Hostetler has a really good fastball, and he's going to utilize it tonight. But don't just abandon that pitch early on just because Alexandria is swinging. This is a good team that can hit, and they will hit the fastball. But if you can continue to have confidence in that pitch, then you can work the off-speed breaking stuff and be able to shut down the lineup.
Moments ago, I caught up with Big Train manager Sal Colangelo, who discussed Hostetler and what he needs to do tonight, as well as the offensive outburst from last night as the Big Train are 1 game away from winning another championship. I'm with Big Train manager Sal Colangelo. Sal, you guys picked up a big win last night. The offense looked as good as it's looked in a long time. What did you see from the offense that made you really happy last night?
Well, I just think going up there, being aggressive, having great approaches at the plate, watching a lot of tendencies with the pitcher and hitting their mistakes at the right time, and just really staying within ourselves, doing what we do, not trying to hit the ball over the fence or doing what we're not able to do. You know, we picked up a couple of tendencies with the guy. We changed our approach, and it worked. And they're great players. They have great swings. They just got to do what they do and stay within themselves, and that's what we did last night.
One player in particular, Jason Schiavone, who's back for his second summer, hit 3 home runs last night. I know you and Jason have a great relationship. What does it mean for a guy like that to come back, to want to come back to Bethesda for a second summer and then have one of his biggest games on the biggest stage last night in the championship series?
Well, you know, Jason's not just a great player. He's a great kid. Comes from a great family, plays at a great program, and just wants to work. I mean, Jason understands the summer ball. It's about developmental. And, you know, obviously he wants to win because life's about winning to him, and that's life. Life is about competing. You know, coachable kids are employable adults. And Jason just came here, low stress situation, structure, knew he would work, get his ABs, and also work on his craft, not just behind the plate, but at the plate. And he's done a great job this year making the right steps out there. So I couldn't be any happier for him.
And for tonight, you have a chance to clinch the series here at home. What does the team need to do well, both offensively and on the pitching side, in order to beat a really talented Aces team?
Yeah, Aces are talented, you know. Coach Brissett does a good job. You know, I really emphasize three key concepts: is, you know, catch the ball, execute the fundamental, and attack the strike zone at those strikes. If we can do those things, you know, I think we'll be fine. We just got to put it all together. And we're playing well together right now at the right time. The guys, you know, are loving it here. A lot of times in the summer, you get to the end of the season, they just want to go home. And clearly, with the series we had with the Crop Dusters, you know, fighting to the end and doing what we did, it just shows that they're resilient. They don't want to go home. They like it here. They'll have a couple weeks after the next day or so to enjoy family, enjoy their girlfriends, and just get some, you know, relaxation and some, you know, time away from baseball, which is always good for everybody.
And you give the ball tonight to Jack Hosteller as the starting pitcher for the Big Train. He's been phenomenal through the month of July. What has impressed you from Jack this summer, and what do you expect from him tonight?
I think we're going to get a good performance out of Jack. I think he's going to have great command, and he's going to throw a pretty good slider, and he's going to compete. He's really going to compete, and Jack likes to compete. So, you know, I could say he's getting 4 to 6 innings out of Jack at least. You know, with this heat at 101, you know, he's going to give it everything he's got. We're going to watch, make sure he's safe, and he'll let us know when he's out of gas. But he's going to compete. You know, he's going to come after you, and he's going to give us a chance to win.
And one final question. The final home game tonight for this team in front of this crowd, expected to be a packed house as it has been for most of the summer. What does it mean to play in front of this crowd and this fan base that is clearly so passionate about this team?
Well, I mean, this team is the fans. You know, the fans own this team, and they enjoy coming out. We love the fans. It's electric when they're here. They're really awesome. Just good families in the community of Bethesda, and that's really what the whole thing's about. You know, we wanted to bring baseball to Bethesda and give it and put on a good show with great talent, great kids from all over the country, and you know, we wanted to put on a good show for them. So, you know, if you know, fortunate enough to win tonight, it's not just our championship; it's the championship for Bethesda and the fans as well.
Well, good luck tonight. Well, thanks to Jason and Sal for joining us on our Big Train Baseball Network pregame show. We're moments away from first pitch from Shirley Povich Field. Game 2 between the Aces and the Big Train. A chance for the Big Train to clinch tonight at home in their final home game in front of this raucous crowd. Adam Glover will have the play-by-play. We'll be on the call in just moments from Bethesda.
Feels juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up.
Well, the weather is clear, the tarp is off, and we are just about ready to go here at Shirley Povich Field. The Big Train have taken the field as we get ready to play Game 2 of the LCS Finals here in the Ripken League. The Alexandria Aces and the Bethesda Big Train, the only game here at Shirley Povich Field in this series. And we'll look at the starting lineup for the Alexandria Aces. And keep an eye on leadoff hitter Tim Nicholson. 3 hits in the game yesterday, was just a home run shy of the cycle, but a few other really good hitters in this lineup. Gavin Miller reached base 5 times, and even though he had an 0 for 5 day, the DH Matt Ossenfort, he is still a powerful threat in this lineup. But Nicholson, Taylor, Miller, the first 3 that Jack Hostetler, the starter for the Big Train, will face, and we'll look at that defense for Bethesda here in Game 2 as they look to wrap it up here at home and come away with a title. Zeb Ruddle gets the start in center field. He was a pinch hitter in Game 1, but everything else the same for the Big Train, though Dean Twigo, with Ruddle getting the start in center, does move over to first base with Jack Guerrero set as the designated hitter. And Hostetler, we've said it, I don't even know how many times. Late bloomer here for the Big Train, a guy who originally out of the bullpen but has turned into a very reliable starter for Bethesda and an ERA a little over 3 at 3.37, and he has pitched against the Aces not once but twice. His last time out took the loss against Alexandria in Game 2 of the doubleheader that was played here at Shirley Povich Field, but pitched very well. 4 innings, 2 earned runs. The hits a little high there with 5, but did strike out 7 as Jason Schiavone throws down, and we are just about ready for baseball. My partner Eli Kleinman, I'm Adam Glover. We appreciate you being with us here on the Big Train Baseball Network for the final home game of the 2023 season. And Tim Nicholson, the catcher, leads it off for Alexandria. Hostetler from the stretch and delivers, and the first pitch is a fastball that misses high. First pitch 8:13 p.m. This game again being delayed due to rain, which started around 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time here in Bethesda. And the 1-0. And a called strike on the inside corner. First strike of the night.
And Tim Nicholson trying to get a feel for what that strike zone's going to look like. He will learn a lot about it as the catcher tonight for the Aces.
Stetler's 1-1. The breaking ball on the ground to short. Connor Rasmussen waits on it. Throws to first in time. And it's out number 1.
So reliable over at shortstop all summer long. And continues to be a defensive ace out there for the Big Train at one of the most important positions.
Corey Taylor, 2 up to the plate, was hitting 6th in the lineup in yesterday's game. Had a nice night with a couple of hits, an RBI, a walk, and a run scored. He takes the first one, a changeup inside, a ball and no strikes.
Came into last night hitless in 5 of his previous 6, but really had one of the better night for the Aces hitters.
And the 1-0. This one is fouled off. And the count will even up.
And of course, the number 2 spot, usually where RJ Hamilton hits for Alexandria, but left with an injury last night. A scary injury at that, and we hope he's all right, but not in the lineup tonight.
Stetler delivers this one, chop foul. The offense, though, for both sides, Eli, fantastic. 34 hits between the two clubs. The Big Train had 19 of them. Everybody who was a starter at least had at least 1 hit last night, including 3 different guys who had 3.
Stetler ready, the 1-2 pitch, and the breaking ball misses inside to even up the count.
First inning so big for starters after their start gets pushed back due to rain. It throws off what their usual warm-up is like.
This one, a little popper to the second baseman, Casey Bishop. And the infielder from Towson makes the grab for out number 2.
But Hostetler's a guy who throws strikes, and that should aid him in this first inning in the early part of the game.
Well, brings up Miller to the plate, the starting third baseman for the Aces. Hostetler trying to go 1-2-3, and the first one fouled back.
And Miller on time with that fastball. Just misses it. Guy who has really heated up for the Aces, back in that 3 spot because of what he's done this postseason.
Yeah, 4 for 5 in yesterday's game with a walk. The 0-1. It's a breaking ball to even up the count. Hostetler taking his time, now delivers. And this one is chopped foul at the plate. And the count's 1-2. Miller, though, 9 for 12 in the postseason so far for the Aces, which is top mark for the team when it comes to batting average. A home run, 3 RBIs, and 4 walks.
Consistently gets on base for this Alexandria team over their 3 postseason games so far.
Ball and 2 strikes. Hostetler. Check swing, home plate umpire makes the call. He got him, and Hostetler retires the side in order. 1-2-3 in the top of the first. We'll head to the bottom half of the inning here at Shirley Povich Field. The Big Train coming to bat for the first time tonight. Well, we've reached the bottom of the first. You're looking at Ryan Edmonds out on the mound. But first, the starting lineup for the Big Train. We'll see how Sal Colangelo lines them up. A very similar lineup that we've seen throughout the postseason. But a late scratch, though. Zeb Ruddle gets the start again in center field. Teddy Ruffner, that late scratch originally in that number 4 spot as the designated hitter, and a few position changes as well. But this is a lineup that has done some serious damage in the postseason, especially with the extra base hits and the home runs. You got to be careful with Dixon Williams, Dean Twigo, and Jeffrey Hurd, those first 3 hitters. All 3 of them have homered here in the playoffs. And then, of course, Jason Schiavone, the man from last night with 3 home runs in Alexandria. He hits 5th. Now we'll look at that defense for the Aces, a unit that has played very well this year. And let me tell you something, with the Big Train putting the ball in play as much as they have so far in the playoffs, crucial for them to be able to make the play. And Ryan Edmonds, again, is the starter. The first time he's out there on the mound here in the postseason. But like Hostetler, not the first time he's faced the Big Train. Tossed 4 innings of 3-run ball, only 1 earned, and struck out 3 in a 5-4 victory on the 18th against the Big Train. That was game 1 of a doubleheader here in Bethesda.
Big Train offense has improved a lot since then, and let's see how they face him a second time around.
Well, here is the hottest hitter right now in the postseason, Dixon Williams, and he fouls the first one back. No balls and a strike. Williams at .474 in 19 at-bats, 8 RBIs to go with a couple of long balls, and 9 runs scored. Not to mention 3 stolen bases. It's the 0-1's a fastball in there for a strike, 0-2.
Has been consistent at the top of the lineup after Eddie Hakopian went down with an injury.
Williams got to protect. And the 0-2, a fastball that misses well outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Still got to protect. Behind 1-2. And hits this one right off the end of the bat, and that'll trickle foul towards the Big Train dugout. This is a Big Train team that is hitting .311 in the postseason. 34 RBIs, 20 walks, and 9 home runs. And the 1-2 bounces in the dirt. Seven hitters this year, Eli, hitting .294 or above.
Yeah, the Big Train offense has been quite consistent for most of the summer. A little drought towards the end of the regular season.
Williams lines this one out to right field, but it's going to stay up and be caught, and you can't hit it any harder than that, but Williams is out number 1.
Some good news in terms of weather-wise. You look out towards the sky, you can sort of see it at the top of your screen, but the clouds blowing from left to right across your screen, and starting to see some clear skies pass over Shirley Povich Field.
And we were hoping the weather would not hit us. And originally, as Twygo stands in and takes the first one low and in, said it earlier, the mound and home plate were the only 2 things covered. And give credit to the players and the coaches, as well as some interns and staff here in Bethesda, for getting out there on the field and getting that tarp out extremely quickly.
Yeah, made sure the infield was playable for tonight's game. Both managers, I think, happy that this game got going.
2-0. Good movement on that one, and it catches the corner. 2 balls and a strike.
Everyone's dealt with enough rain this summer.
Twygo's still ahead. And cuts through this one, and it evens up the count. Jeffrey Hurd waiting on deck for the Big Train.
Both these pitchers with really good stuff. Good fastball, good slider. Seen it used to their advantage.
Twygo stays alive, fouls this one back. And the George Mason product delivers. And this one misses low. The count goes full. Edmonds, both a curve and a slider to go with a fastball. That one topping out at 90 miles an hour out of high school. But both the curve and the slider, very consistent pitches for him. And the 3-2 is ripped foul. Twygo just a little out in front of it. And it already looks like there is a right-hander throwing in the bullpen for the Aces.
Now you mentioned Edmonds, just a rising sophomore, George Mason. A 7.2 ERA in 9 appearances for an NCAA tournament team that played in the Winston-Salem Regional against Wake Forest, the #1 overall seed.
So here's the 3-2 again, and this one is a slider that Twygo just able to foul back. And the shocked expression on his face says it all. Off balance, just able to stay alive. So we'll do it again. The 3-2 bounces in the dirt, ball 4, and Twygo is on, the first base runner of the game for either side.
Now batting for the Big Train of Junior at Sacramento State, the right fielder, number 35, Jeffrey Hurd.
And it's Jeffrey Hurd. And now, Sal Colangelo. Something's going on here. Chris Bursett walking out to the mound. Sal Colangelo, and here comes Dr. Danita Valentine, and this looks like it's something with Edmonds, who is now bending over behind the pitcher's mound. And as he continues to walk out to second base in some pain. Hope it's not something serious, and our first stoppage of play here in the game. Again, 1 out, runner over at first. Jeffrey Hurd set to be the hitter, but we hope Edmonds is okay.
Yeah, this is never what you want to see, is just in the top of the first, but clearly uncomfortable. And it might be a cramp with the way they're giving him water.
It could be. Here comes our assistant general manager, Patrick Chapman, also walking out to talk to Sal and the umpire. Again, we hope everything is okay. Edmonds still taking his time, walking out now by shortstop around that second base bag. And Dr. Danita Valentine following behind him. A lot of credit to her this year. She has been great for the Big Train, constantly out there whenever there is an issue, not only for the Big Train, but as you can see here, for opponents as well. Does a fantastic job and deserves a lot of credit in making sure that the Big Train and their opponents, whenever they face them, are healthy during the game.
And it looks like Edmonds a little sick to the stomach. And what they're working on the field is because he threw up behind the pitcher's mound.
Gotcha.
And so trying to cover that up. And
we'll go ahead and we'll take a timeout here on the Big Train Baseball Network while this gets sorted out. And actually, it looks like we're ready to go now. It doesn't look like Patrick Chapman had to do anything. And I can already know he's going to say something about having to lug that all the way out to second base. But we are ready to go.
Well, you see it all tonight. Delay. Oh, feeling a little sick. But good for Edmonds for continuing in this game. It's not fun.
No, and think of this, for a lot of these guys, the biggest game maybe they've played in their life at this point in time. Many of these guys, not only on the Aces and the Big Train, but around the league, haven't gotten a lot of college experience, haven't gotten to be a part of regionals or anything along those lines. So this is a huge moment for some people as Jeffrey Hurd stands in. The runner at first and 1 out. And it's a fastball that misses too far outside. Jeffrey Hurd, 5 for 15 in the postseason. Of course, the swing in Game 1 of the semifinals against the Crop Dusters. One of the biggest ones in Big Train history, the 2-run home run that tied the game up in the bottom of the 9th, and a big swing and a miss here on a fastball.
He tried to replicate that swing. And that's what he does. So he swings for power, and there's plenty of it in that bat.
Edmonds will throw over, and Twygo dives back in time. Jacob Orr waits on deck. It's a ball and a strike on Hurd, who takes this one a little far outside. Hurd in a good hitter's count here. Always aggressive at the plate. And another throw over. Only 5 stolen bases in the postseason for the Big Train. Dean Twygo does have 1 of them. He's also been caught stealing. The leader, of course, Dixon Williams with 3, and Hurd loops this one down the left field line, but that will head out of play. Off the net, headed towards the Big Train bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hurd got to protect. And the breaking ball is fouled off towards the Alexandria dugout.
And regardless of how this first inning goes, you already see more competitive at-bats from the Big Train than they saw last time against Edmonds. Not going down easy despite some really good pitches being made.
And again, Jeffrey Hurd fouls another one off.
Already 21 pitches from Edmonds. He's only gotten one out. That shows you what the Big Train are able to do at the plate.
2-2 to Hurd, too far outside, and the count goes full. Again, Jacob Orr, who had 3 hits in the ball game yesterday, waits on deck.
And this is similar to what they did against Woodbury in Game 3 of the semifinal series. Now, Woodbury just really the fastball, didn't really use much of a breaking ball, but Big Train just kept fouling off the fastball in competitive places until they got a pitch to hit.
Another throw over, third one. And still checking on Twigo. Twigo already walked. Hurd has a chance to do the same. 3-2. And the breaking ball is a called third strike. Hurd dropped the bat, puts his hands on his hips, and will have to take the walk back to the Big Train dugout as it's Edmonds' first strikeout, and it's out number 2.
That's a nice pitch on the outside corner, and it gets the call. But a really nice at-bat from Hurd despite the strikeout. Obviously not the results he wanted, but saw a lot of pitches, and you can force Edmonds to throw a lot of pitches. You get to that bullpen a lot quicker.
And another throw over. Dustin Fields, the first base umpire, again motioning safe.
One of the advantages the Aces had last time they were here was just 7-inning games. Tonight, 9 innings.
Both games really close as this is a breaking ball to Orr. Misses upstairs. Greg Kiewit behind the plate. Again, Dustin Fields over at first. Tim Abel, the third base umpire. As Edmonds asks for a different baseball.
It's going to be over a 25-pitch inning for Edmonds, and it's early, but that's not sustainable to go long in a start in a must-win game for Alexandria.
And once again, a throw over. This one, Oster over at first. Off the glove, but able to keep it in front of him.
And Edmonds trying to find a grip. Can see him playing with the rosin bag, trying to get some dirt from the mound on his hand. Clearly not happy with it.
1-0, and Orr fouls it back. Jacob Orr, though, for the first few games, the hits just weren't coming for him. But again, 3 hits in the ball game against the Aces yesterday. Couple of them off the end of the bat, just finding the outfield grass in right center field. The 1-1, and this one in too tight. I'd like to continue the inning. You got Jason Schiavone waiting on deck. And time is called, and once again, a new baseball for Edmonds.
And I'm not sure it's the baseball at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Edmonds shrugs his shoulders.
I think he just wiped the sweat from his hand on the grass in front of the mound.
He's clearly not comfortable, whether it has to be part of the stomach issues he was dealing with or the grip itself.
2-1 outside, 3-1. He has been able to get 2 outs in this inning on Williams and Hurd, 2 of the toughest hitters in the lineup, but behind 3-1 here to Orr, and Twigo already over at first. And there's the breaking ball. The same one he froze Hurd on.
He's had much more success with the curveball than either the fastball or the slider. See if he goes back to it right here.
Twigo will be off. The 3-2. This one on the ground, slowly hit out to short. Behind the bag, the throw to first in time. Grego makes the play, and the inning ends. So Edmonds is able to get through it. The Big Train strand a run. They don't have a hit in the inning. We're through one as you're watching Big Train Baseball on the Big Train Baseball Network.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up. The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you groove. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you
Middle part of the order due up for the Aces in the top of the second. Got my partner Eli Kleinman. I'm Adam Glover. Back here in Bethesda, Maryland as the Big Train try to wrap it up and win the 2023 Kin Championship. Jonah Oster will lead it off. Austin Fort and Gregory to follow. Good part of the order here for the Aces. And Hostetler delivers, and the first one's a fastball in the opposite batter's box. A ball and no strikes. Hostetler sticking with a fastball, another one that misses. And for the first time today, he's really working from behind.
That's where he wants it, but just a little bit out of the zone. Doesn't get a chase either.
Goes with a breaking ball and catches the corner.
That breaking ball, such an effective pitch.
See where Hostetler goes now. 2-1, goes back to it. And the count's 2-2.
It's a devastating curveball.
Yeah, he's got both, a good curve, a good slider. The 2-2. And he shows it off there, swing and a miss. Schiavone has to go get it. Long throw to first, and it gets past Dean Twigo. And it's the first base runner of the game for the Aces. A drop third strike. Schiavone had a chance. The ball was one hopped, and Dean Twigo could not pick it.
Bears repeating, Twigo not a natural first baseman. And that's a tough play to have to get. Once it got through Schiavone's legs, it kicked off his foot, rolled over towards the Big Train dugout, which made it an even longer throw.
So Oster's on. Here's Austin Fort. And the curveball on the corner, a called strike. So much pop in the bat, but hitting just 167 in the postseason. And a good block from Schiavone. Austin Fort does have 3 walks in 3 games played. This one gets away, goes to the backstop, and Jonah Oster will move up 90 feet.
I just lost the command of the fastball there. And Schiavone unable to glove it.
Two balls and a strike. Austin Fort trying to get him to third. And he takes a fastball upstairs, 3-1. Hostetler did walk 3. And the start against the Aces on the 18th to go with 5 base hits. Walks usually not an issue for him. And a good curveball. Started the bat out with 1 and now gets one here on 3-1 to make it 3-2. Full count pitch. Hostetler. And the fastball is fouled off. The Aces have been the one team that have done some damage to Jack on the season. 5 innings of work against Alexandria before today. 7 runs, 6 earned, 9 hits, 4 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Austin Fort Wadey, the 3-2. This one will go into left field, a base hit into the open hole with Rasmussen shaded towards second base. A bad throw in, but Twigo there to back it up. And the Aces, their first hit of the game, they have runners at the corners.
Yeah, Austin Fort doesn't do a lot with it, but just takes it the other way and puts it into left field for a base hit.
Now batting for the Aces, a senior at Ball State, the center fielder number 45, Nick Gregory.
And it's Nick Gregory with a big opportunity. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Bunt is showed, pulled back, and credit again to Schiavone for making sure that one doesn't get away. And now he's going to go out to the mound. Maybe some miscommunication.
Yeah, the fastball command not there at the moment.
And this is an Alexandria team that, like the Big Train, hitting over 300 in the postseason, though. Gregory has had his share of struggles. However, 4 walks, though. Punting this one again. Dixon Williams now playing in at third. And Hostetler gets the call. The fastball high and tight. A ball and 2 strikes. Stetler working quicker. The breaking ball doesn't get the call here, though. And the count evens up. And Gregory might have gotten a break on that one. 2-2. There's the curveball upstairs, the count full. And Hostetler in trouble here. Does not want to load the bases. 3-2. Fastball hit in the air out to right field. Jeffrey Hurd going back. He will get there, make the catch. Runner's going to tag from third. Jonah Oster will score, and the Alexandria Aces are out in front. It's 1-0, but Hostetler will take that. He gets a big out number 1 on the sac fly.
And keeps the runner over at first, and that's huge if you can limit the damage to just 1 in this inning.
Now batting a sophomore at Ball State, the shortstop number 36, Dylan Gregory.
So Gregory out, and a one-hopper. Rasmussen knocks it down. Bishop for 1, relay to first, the stretch in time, a double play. 6-4-3, the Big Train get out of the inning, and only 1 run scores on the sac fly, plating Jonah Oster from third to the bottom half of the second. The Aces now out in front. They lead 1-0. Well, Ryan Edmonds gets a little bit of run support. The Aces take an early 1-0 lead. And the Big Train will have 5, 6, and 7. And Jason Schiavone, 3 home runs in Alexandria, gets things started. And we hope the magic in that bat continues here in Game 2. Now 4 home runs hit in the postseason for him. He takes a fastball on the corner, a called strike.
Fastball outside to righties, inside to lefties is certainly getting a lot more calls than we've seen on the other side of the plate.
And the breaking ball misses away. Jack Guerrero, Connor Rasmussen set to follow Schiavone. Big Train looking for their first hit. This one, a called strike. Schiavone, don't think he agreed with that one. Now got to protect 1 and 2. Edmonds delivers. This one hit high in the air out to center field. This one is deep, way back, track, wall, up, and it's off the glove. Jason Schiavone, a late turn at first, but he'll get into second base with a slide. Heck of an attempt by Nick Gregory at the wall in center field, but off the glove, and Schiavone is in with a double.
And continues to swing a hot bat with 2 strikes. Hit a couple of his home runs last night with 2 strikes, and they are almost does it again off the top of the wall.
Now, Schiavone had an 0 for 16 heading into the postseason, and all it took was that Game 1 when he had the home run and the double, and all of a sudden Jason Schiavone has been one of the top hitters in the lineup for the Big Train, and now it's Jack Guerrero.
An extra base machine as well.
Corners come in. Guerrero off the glove, and Schiavone will advance to third on the pass ball. Tim Nicholson. It was a high pitch, but Nicholson right off the glove. And now the tying run 90 feet away.
It's really incredible what Schiavone has done for this Big Train side.
Corner's still in. And this one well outside, 2-0. And now Tim Nicholson heads out to the mound to talk to Ryan Edmonds.
Schiavone with 6 hits this postseason. All of them have been for extra bases. 4 home runs and now 2 doubles.
Well, Guerrero's found himself in a good hitter's count, 2-0. He swings at a breaking ball and fouls it towards the Big Train dugout. A ball that completely tied him up, swinging 2-0 fastball.
That ball might have come in and hit him on the back foot if he had let that go.
Could have been a wild pitch as well. And now a big swing and a miss here on the breaking ball again, 2-2.
He's thrown off a little bit by that slider. 2 times in a row, Edmonds has completely fooled him. You would expect Edmonds to go right back to it.
Goes fastball. And you can see there Guerrero late on that one. So Guerrero thinking the same thing, Eli. Maybe a 3rd straight breaking ball, but now you have to think, what do I sit on here? 2-2. The breaking ball too far outside, and the count's full.
And that was the curveball. Tried to backdoor it like he did to Hurd and got the strikeout. Looking this time well outside.
Edmonds shakes off a sign. Now delivers. And this one, a breaking ball that, again, Guerrero fights off.
And Edmonds clearly the advantage here, but with 3 balls, he has to be careful. Put himself in the early hole down 2-0 on 2 fastballs. But since then, we've seen mainly breaking balls to Guerrero.
Count still full. 3-2. And down goes Guerrero, swinging a fastball on the outside corner. And it's out number 1.
And these are the big spots. You have a runner at third with less than 2 outs. You have to bring him in. That's what the Aces did in their half of the inning. And These teams so lethal offensively, you have to take advantage of the opportunities you get.
Now it's Connor Rasmussen. Schiavone dancing off third, and Rasmussen grounds this one foul. Connor and I had a chance to talk pregame. We were looking at some of his statistics. A guy who a few weeks ago hitting in the 220s, got the batting average up to 260 by the end of the regular season, and now hitting 294 in the postseason. So that continues to rise. Unfortunately for him, though, the stats aren't counting towards those regular season numbers, but he falls behind 0-2.
Yeah, starting to swing a hot bat. Doesn't need a hit here. Just needs to put it on the ground up the middle or in the air deep enough to the outfield, and has to protect with 2 strikes.
0-2. This one off of Nicholson, gets away. Here comes Schiavone. He's in standing. And the Big Train will take it. It's a tie ball game as the Big Train respond with a run here in the bottom of the second.
And they get a little help from Edmonds on the mound. Curveball in the dirt, another wild pitch. And that's the one that allows the Big Train to get on the board and takes a little bit of pressure off the bats for Bethesda.
So now nobody on. The corner is back up. A ball and 2 strikes. And Rasmussen fouls the fastball back. Still trying to stay alive. As the fastball misses too far inside. And Rasmussen is able to work it back to a 2-2 count.
Another long at bat for the Big Train. Continue to battle against Edmonds.
2-2. This one rolled foul. And that's what the Big Train hoped to do. Let's get to that bullpen pretty quickly. A lot of guys used yesterday for Alexandria, and that could spell trouble for the Aces if for some reason we were to go to a Game 3.
They, like the Big Train, have a deep bullpen, but it's only so deep.
2-2 on the ground to the right side. Play made at second. Esquivel throws to first in time. And a good play from shallow right field.
Now batting for the Big Train, a sophomore at Towson University.
That'll bring up Casey Bishop.
Casey Bishop.
How about Bishop so far in the postseason? A batting average over 300. A couple of really hard hit balls. The walk-off against the Crop Dusters. He's also played a stellar second base. He pops a bunt over the net headed towards Catalyst Hot Dogs.
Give that fan a contract.
It looks like one of our operations interns, Justin, just made the plays sitting down at one of the tables. The 0-1. The fastball. It's a called strike on a ball that looked over the belt. And now Bishop got to protect 0-2, and this is now 3 straight hitters that Edmonds has gotten into an 0-2 count. And the breaking ball, Bishop just able to stay alive.
And again, the Big Train continue to battle down in the count. Over 50 pitches already for Edmonds. Closing in on 2 full innings.
Bishop. Great speed. Pops this one up. Foul territory. Down the line, this is a foul ball.
See, Zebrot will try to balance that on home plate. Just kept falling over. It's okay. Get it next time.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have a few more opportunities with the way Bishop's been swinging the bat lately. The 0-2. Called third strike. Going back to the fastball that Bishop saw on 0-1, and the inning ends. But the big train get a run. Jason Schiavone does it again. A double off the wall. It comes in on a wild pitch. As we go to the third, it's a 1-1 tie. Well, Hostetler gets a little bit of run support as well and goes back out there in a 1-1 tie. KC Bishop striking out to end the bottom of the second inning. And it will be 8-9-1 due up with Wade swinging at the first pitch, grounding this one to third. It goes past Williams, it goes off Rasmussen, and Williams will have to go out to shallow left center field to go retrieve the ball. So a slowly hit ground ball just in the 5-hole. Williams couldn't field it. Rasmussen couldn't field it. And it's a leadoff base runner.
That's a bit of an unlucky break. Would have been a really tough play regardless of whether or not it was gloved. And just like an inning ago, Hostetler has a leadoff runner aboard.
Bunt goes right back to Hostetler on the mound. He takes the turn, goes to second for one. Relay to first, not going to be in time. But Hostetler just able to get that ball to Rasmussen at short for the out.
That's a really bold play, and Hostetler does a fantastic job at doing it. It's an aggressive play. Wade's a fast runner and got off pretty smoothly, and they got him just barely. And it's so important to get N out, and Hostetler gets the lead runner, no less.
Now we're back to the top of the order. Nicholson. And it's ruled an error for some reason on Dixon Williams over at third base. The ball he tried to field in the hole. Dixon went under the glove, and then it ended up deflecting off of Rasmussen. And now it's been changed a second time back to a hit. A big swing and a miss here. A ball and 2 strikes. So somebody, Eli, went out there and said something.
Yeah, just making sure call is right at the end is what's important.
This one on the ground towards the middle. Diving stop by Rasmussen. Flips to second for one. What a play by Connor Rasmussen. And he's already showing off the glove early on.
Fantastic on the left side of that infield.
Brings up Corey Taylor.
Took away a base hit and gets an out. That's second base.
Big swing and a miss here. Hostetler going with a fastball.
And Hostetler gets a ton of ground balls, and we've seen that this inning to a varying degree of success.
This one, slow chopper to third. Dixon Williams charges, fields, throws to first, stretched by Twigo in time. And Dixon Williams over at third makes the play, and Taylor can't believe it. And that's the end of the inning. So kind of a wacky inning for the infield. A couple of really good plays and a chaotic one at the start, but Hostetler and the big train get through it as we go to the bottom of the third, a 1-1 tie here at Shirley Povich Field.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up. The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train.
Zeb Ruddle to lead this inning off in the bottom half of the third. On a close play, I would say, Eli, to end that top half of the inning. And it was clear that Taylor didn't like it. But Dixon Williams, you know, we've raved about the offense, but the defense has been there for him as well. Way back at third base, able to charge and make a strong throw.
I've seen him all over the diamond so far this summer, first, second, and third. And he's been great at all three positions.
Ruddle swings at the first one, right back to the mound. An underhand flip over to first in time. One pitch and one out.
And that's what Edmonds needs, because he's over 50 pitches already and gets a little bit of a break, able to snag that ball out of midair.
I think it was our GM, Michael Michaud, that said there's nothing more deflating in baseball than the ground ball right back to the mound. Could be wrong. I know that was the statement. I'm pretty sure it was Michael who said that. Dixon Williams takes a curveball in there for a strike.
Well, regarding the statement, I mean, there's just nothing you can do. Once it's with the pitcher, it is almost as automatic of an out as one could be.
This one bounces in the dirt. Again, the grip for Ryan Edmonds has not been there. For the breaking ball, it has. For the fastball, though, it's been all over the place.
And he licks his hand, tries to get something going with that fastball.
This one fouled off. Looks like it might have hit the back leg of Williams. Either that or he just kind of slipped ever slightly. But he's got to protect 1 and 2. Williams was in a 2-strike count last time. He lined out to right field. And he takes a breaking ball low. Big Train would love to get him on. He gets on first. He'll run wild. 2-2. This one way outside. And again, Edmonds will now walk off the mound and walk out again towards second base before turning around.
That one doesn't seem to be all concerned about the grip. Just might have slipped out of his hand.
3-2, and now he slips off the mound, and Dixon Williams draws ball 4, and he will head down to first base with a walk.
And that's frustrating for Edmonds. Two very uncompetitive pitches with a 2-2 count. And all of a sudden, great speed, like you said, at first base.
So it's Dean Twigo. This is the part of the order the Big Train have been relying on. And Twigo takes a called strike.
It's the first time we've seen a more pitcher-friendly call on that side of the plate. Outside to lefties, inside to righties. It has been much more pitcher-friendly on the other side.
Williams goes. Twigo does not go around on the swing. The throw down not going to be in time. Dixon Williams swipes at the home plate umpire, the one that makes the call on the swing. And the Big Train have the go-ahead run in scoring position as Williams swipes his 4th bag of the postseason. 1-1. And Ryan Edmonds steps off, keeping an eye on Williams out at second.
This is a golden opportunity for the Big Train to jump out in front.
Twigo takes that one in tight. The bat beginning to drop down, but able to turn last second, pull it back. From the curveball now to the fastball, and this one well outside, 3-1. Jeffrey Hurd waiting on deck. Train fans quiet now. Twigo rolls this one over to first. This will be taken to the bag unassisted. Jonah Oster with a play. It allows Williams to go to third.
And a good hitter's count. Twigo just rolls over it, but puts a runner at third. And with the grip Edmonds has had, you have to think there's a chance a wild pitch could be thrown.
So it's up to Jeffrey Hurd. Hurd went down on strikes. Went down looking on a 3-2 breaking ball. And now he's well late on a fastball.
That's a good pitch to hit, but just comes up empty on it. Hurd a little quiet over the last couple games by his standards. Still hitting the baseball really well.
0-1, and takes this one high and outside. Jacob Orr on deck if the inning were to continue. And this one, a breaking ball in tight, 2-1. Breaking ball upstairs, 3-1. And you wonder, maybe not. Edmonds just opts to try and work around Hurd here. Or waiting on deck, already in a 3-1 count.
Not the worst idea with how good Hurd is, especially ahead in the count.
He attacks him here, and it's a called strike. And for the second at bat, Hurd works the count full. Williams dancing off third, the 3-2. This one is fouled out of play. Hurd waiting. And a step off.
Big pitch here for Edmonds.
3-2. This one in tight, ball four. Jeffrey Hurd jaws the walk. And there's runners at the corners.
Now batting for the Big Train, a sophomore at the University of Maryland from Frederick, Maryland, the left fielder number 18, Jacob Orr.
It's up to Jacob Orr. Just one hit for the Big Train. And the first one, Orr takes a fastball in there for a strike. Williams over at third, Hurd over at first. Orr awaits. Edmonds taking his time. Now the pitch, a breaking ball in tight.
And the command is just not consistently there for Edmonds. It hasn't been walks consistently for the Big Train, where it's just been completely gotten away. 3 walks in total, but long at bats.
And a throw over. Edmonds is over 70 pitches. 2 2/3 innings worked so far.
He's averaging about 25 pitches an inning, and that's right where he's sitting right now. And maybe gives him one more inning if he keeps up that pace.
1-1, or fouls it straight back. A ball and 2 strikes. And now Edmonds will try to get out of it.
And you really want to get Orr because the man on deck is the hottest hitter in the Cal Ripken League in Jason Schiavone.
1-2. Big Train would take another wild pitch as well. Runner goes, Orr lifts it out to center. This ball is going to stay up, though, and be caught by Gregory, and the inning ends. The Big Train strand 2, including 1 in scoring position. They don't have a hit in the inning, though. We're a third of the way through here from Game 2. It's a 1-1 tie.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner alone. Meet me in the corner alone. Meet me in the corner alone. Meet me in the corner.
Well, it's a 1-1 tie here between the Aces and the Big Train. Jack Hostetler back out to the mound. And Harrison Myers, our director of broadcasting, joins us for the 4th inning. But words shall not be spoken until the next hitter. And there's a called strike. Gotta be careful here. 3, 4, and 5 due up. Second time through the lineup, Hostetler delivers. And it's too far outside. Miller went down swinging on a check swing in the first inning, and he takes a slider on the corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Jonah Oster waiting on deck. Hostetler delivers the fastball down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Miller 9 for 12 coming into today's game. And he chops this one down the third base line. Foul. Dixon Williams in foul territory over to get it. Only 2 hits so far tonight for Alexandria, 1 for the Big Train. An early pitching duel. 1 run for the Aces on a sac fly, the run for the Big Train on a wild pitch. Swing and a miss, goes with a slider and gets the strikeout. Miller goes down for out number 1.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, there he is.
Nice to see you. I have been sitting here very patiently, wishing my wife had taught me sign language so I can talk through our booth camp. Maybe next year.
Well, here's Jonah Oster.
You never know what to do when I show up on the
No,
podcast,
I
do you?
don't. Sometimes there's a big swing and a miss there. Good pitch from Hostetler. You never know what you get. You really don't know. Everybody that has been on the broadcast, you, Michael, Patrick, guests, you really don't know what you're going to get from anybody. Everyone's a little bit different. So kind of just sit back and watch a little bit,
Just
observe.
watch the show, see what happens.
Fastball on the ground, out to short. Rasmussen fields, throws over to first, easily in time, and 2 quick outs.
Well, as things are moving so quickly, I better get to what I actually came on here to
Yes.
do. So we've been watching the live chat tonight very closely. We just wanted to say a big thank you all for watching and being with us this season. A lot of really positive things coming in about the broadcast this year. A lot of changes this year. We've talked about it all season long, but really want a big...
Austin Fort off the glove of Twygo, goes to Bishop. Twygo to the bag in time. We're going to have Harrison Myers on for another half inning because that was
a little
very
short.
quick. once you're quiet through that first hitter next inning, get to it immediately.
Absolutely. No more jokes about speaking sign language.
No. All right. Bottom of the 4th. It's a 1-1 tie. Well, Jason Schiavone will lead it off here in the bottom of the 4th. He's been the one big train player tonight to put a real good swing on the ball when he doubled off the glove of the center fielder, Gregory. Harrison Myers still with us, but you know the rule. Not until Schiavone is done shall he speak. A lot of S words there. And the first one. Schiavone takes a called strike. At the very least, see if we can get Jason on. And this one is off, I believe, the end of the bat. And it's now we're waiting on the call. 0-2, yes. So it goes off the knob of the bat. And Schiavone has to protect. And don't worry, I mean, my partner Eli Kleinman said it earlier. 2 strikes. Schiavone's been really good. Couple of home runs, a double today. And he takes this one a little low and outside. Schiavone, check swing. He went around, and Schiavone strikes out, says something to the first base umpire, and will walk back to the dugout.
It's kind of hard to argue with that. I mean, the rule is very
wide-ranging.
but that was a pretty solid offering from what we could see from up here.
Guerrero stands in, a big swing and a miss here. Now we'll let you continue what you were going to say.
I was going to say, in any event, picking up from where we left off, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been watching the broadcast this year.
Late time call.
I keep getting interrupted by
yes,
baseball
you
trying
do.
to do this. It's almost like we're doing a baseball broadcast. A big thank you to everyone who's been watching Big Train Baseball Network this year. A lot of changes, a lot of new additions, and it's performed amazingly well, and we certainly couldn't do that with all of you guys watching at home. We are currently on a streak of 4 consecutive broadcasts with more than 1,000 views each. There are only 7 all-time broadcasts on this network that have 1,000 views, and 4 of them have come in the last 4 days.
And 2 interesting notes. One, yesterday's game in Alexandria when we did radio was the first radio broadcast in history for the Big Train, with over 1,000 views, a little over 1,100 on that one. And the Game 3 broadcast of the semifinals is now the most viewed broadcast of all time, with over 1,600 as Guerrero fouls this one off. That previously passed the friendship game we had against the Israeli national team. Yeah.
So I don't know if it's something about this Big Train, something about the fans here, or perhaps even our charismatic broadcasters and hosts. But it's been a wonderful season, and we're very glad to be a part of it. And we're glad to have you all along for the ride. We wanted to make sure we said something on air after all the lovely comments people have been leaving in the live chat today.
Yeah, Guerrero fouls that one off. It's been a pleasure. Again, this is a broadcast network that's going to continue to grow, and hopefully we will continue to see a lot of these numbers that we're very proud of right now, years from now, be a lot larger. But, for a year one program, I guess we could say, outstanding work done as Guerrero strikes out on a breaking ball for out number 2.
I was going to say, Adam, I mean this in the absolute best way.
Yes.
I hope these numbers get beat very soon.
Oh, I agree. I hope this one tonight goes past the one from the semifinals.
It certainly has a shot at it. We're already doing very, very well. At our last check, we had over 800 views already.
Yeah, so halfway there.
And we're halfway there in both that and pretty close to halfway in this game. So if we could get those 2 things to line up,
and
who
there's
knows?
a called strike. And as well, we also have a lot of viewers from other teams as well.
Yes.
So we appreciate those, as well, who join in, fans of maybe the Aces or the Crop Dusters or really any team. I know there was a few Silver Spring fans in the chat yesterday. Trust me, we do read all of those messages. We don't often get to say anything on the air. We're so focused, but we do see the support and the messages that you do send. Not to mention, it's been hard to look away from that screen the last few days, watching the numbers rise.
Yeah. It's we're becoming part-time screen watchers just for this number.
Rasmussen takes the 0-2 high, a ball and 2 strikes.
I wouldn't say any of us are analytics nerds or sabermetrics people, but this number is, if I asked you how many views our top broadcast was, I think you could probably give it to me to like the decimal point.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I could do that.
Well, I mean, but whole numbers.
Right.
The point remains.
Yeah,
and we're very proud of what we've put together here, and thank you all for joining us. Big shout out to our broadcasters this year.
Thank you.
Adam Kleinman.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
We're doing it. Adam Kleinman and Eli Glover. That's what we're doing this year. Eli Kleinman and Adam Glover and Kaylee Tallman, wherever she may be right now.
I don't know. She said one location, and her dad was in another, and she was in another, and something's not adding up there. So I'm not really sure where they are. I hope they don't need help because we're not going to be able to find them as Rasmussen sends this one high and deep out to center field. This one's going to stay up. Gregory with the catch, playing spectacular center field. And the inning ends. Again, Harrison, we appreciate everything. Again, he mentioned the broadcasters, but this is all Harrison with what he's implemented here. From doing TV at home, radio on the road, it's been a pleasure working with you all year.
Hey, it's been a lot of fun working with you guys too, and big hearts shout out. I can't do this well. My wife has not taught me that.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yes.
Big shout out to you guys.
Yeah, we're already.
We'll hand it back to Eli here so we can get back to the game.
Already looking for year 2 to see how this grows. As we go to the 5th, it's a 1-1 tie.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up.
So it's the 5th inning. Hostetler back out to the mound, pitching a gem right now. Eli Kleinman rejoins us in the broadcast booth, going forward for the rest of the night. Hostetler will face Gregory, and the first one is grounded out to Bishop at second, and the throw to first will be in time. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Hostetler has been very efficient so far. Exactly what the Big Train needed from their starter. It'll be interesting to watch him as the night moves on, however, because it has been limited trouble, but when he's run into trouble, it's been around the 4th, 5th, 6th inning.
Grego swings and fouls the first one off. You know, a lot of these Big Train starters, they haven't gone innings-wise when I'm talking about distance here, because, you know, there's a lot of times there's not a reason to push some of these guys. You know, a lot of them are coming off of injuries or maybe just didn't pitch that much. I mean, the amount of guys who maybe only threw 20 innings at the collegiate level this year, pitching primarily in relief, you're not going to stick them out there for a 7-inning start, you know, when they've only gone 20 innings in the last year. So, but Hostetler has a lot going for him right now. The pitch count is still pretty low. And we'll see how long he goes. He is just tearing through this Aces lineup.
And that's what's important. It's not just the pitch count, but it's also the amount of stress you work with as a pitcher on the mound. And he has worked in a lot of low-stress innings, not dealt with a lot of traffic on the base paths. And that can help you go a little bit deeper. Obviously, pitch count important in this league, though, too.
Grego sends this one out to shallow center. It's going to be the shortstop, Connor Rasmussen, who calls and catches the pop-up. And it's out number 2.
And in college, Hostetler went 5 innings a couple times and 4 innings a couple more times. So hasn't pitched more than 5 innings in this 2023 spring season or this summer.
Has a chance to make it 5 here as Alex Wade, the right fielder, stands in. August he went was at the T-Bolts on July 13th. 5 innings, 2 runs, only 1 earned. It was a loss, but the loss was not credited to him, as there's a called strike.
And 2022, his high at Whitman was 4 innings, so not at college has he gone longer than 5.
Stetler ready, the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Schiavone applies the tag. It's another stellar inning from Hostetler, who has now retired 7 in a row and is looking better and better as the night goes on. 3 combined hits as we go to the bottom of the 5th, locked in a 1-1 tie. Well, the Aces make the first pitching change of the night for either side. Cameron Kishak will take over
who is, like my partner said on break, one of the best arms in the bullpen for the Aces. He's a guy who, during the regular season, 9 appearances, did get 4 starts though, but also pitched in the game against the T-Bolts, which was game 2 of the semifinals, a 6-5 extra innings victory. Ended up getting the win in relief, 3 innings, 1 run. It was unearned, 3 hits, and 7 strikeouts. Big reason as to why the Aces ended up completing the sweep. And this is another guy that the Big Train have struggled against. Someone who has really pitched well all season long against Bethesda. Previously pitched a few times against them as Casey Bishop stands in, and the first one is a slow chopper. This one will go foul. First time was back on June 15th. Despite the Aces losing that game, that was when the Big Train shut out Alexandria 5-0. 4 innings, 1 run ball, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts. Excellent. Then, of course, pitched in game 2 of the doubleheader here at Shirley Povich Field as Casey Bishop goes down to first base. So if you wonder, it might have been a catcher's interference call or something on that one. That ball took kind of a weird angle.
That's what the call was.
Yep.
Bishop was looking back at the bat or at the glove of Nicholson.
And Ruddle fouls the first one off.
You take base runners any way you can get them in a game like this. Saw some crazy stuff last night.
Yeah. And I'm glad you were able to clarify that, because I was looking at stats there and took a bit of a shot in the dark on catcher's interference, but ended up getting it right, as this one is in the dirt. And even Harrison Myers came in to confirm.
Yeah, sometimes that bat takes a little bit of a bigger loop on its way to the plate through the strike zone and just caught the edge of the glove of Nicholson.
Oh, this is big for the Big Train now, as Ruddle late on a fastball and is behind 1-2, because you have top of the order waiting behind Zeb Ruddle here. And this is an offense that has been silenced tonight despite 1 run, which again came in on a wild pitch. Now Ruddle got to protect. Ball and 2 strikes. And swing and a miss. Down goes Ruddle, and his postseason struggles continue. Now 0 for 10. And it's Dixon Williams.
Now this is the part of the offense that has done damage all postseason. The top of the order. And no better guy to have at the plate.
If you can find a gap or a line. There goes Bishop. The throw is going to be well late. In and out of the glove either way of Grego, the shortstop.
Oh, we've talked about it all summer long, that Bishop has great speed. Talked about what he's done this summer, but also equally impressive, 22 of 23 at Towson this past spring in stolen bases.
Shock delivers. And Dixon Williams behind. 1-1 the count.
And these are the opportunities for the Big Train. They have to convert. This is where they struggled late in the summer in the regular season, but where they've picked it up quickly in the postseason with runners in scoring position needing that big hit.
The 1-1. And this one in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Dean Twigo waiting on deck. Even the second game of the semifinals, when the Big Train lost at 5-3, they did have a similar issue. A lot of guys left on base, but the other 3 games for Bethesda, they've been excellent. Of course, that first game, not too many base runners on base throughout the first 8 innings or so, but you got innings 9 through 12. The Big Train were able to produce at the plate.
I mean, this is a guy who is hitting over 500 runners in scoring position this postseason. So the right guy at the plate for the Big Train.
2 balls and a strike to Williams. Bishop over at second. The delivery, this one. Williams fouls off, frustrated with himself, and the count evens up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shortstop Grego towards the second base bag. Big hole on the left side. Now moves back. Bishop dancing off second, and this one is taken for a ball, and the count goes full.
Not the end of the world if you put Williams on first. Sets up the force, but obviously it doesn't get much easier behind him with Dean Twigo on deck.
Okay, Shock has been taking his time. Now the full count delivery, and this one in the dirt, ball 4, and Dixon Williams draws his second walk of the game and continues to be an on-base machine.
And now you have great speed at both first and second.
Six base runners tonight for the Big Train, only one a base hit. And Nicholson will head out to talk to K-Shock. Dean Twigo up and Jeffrey Hurd waiting on deck.
Now batting for the Big Train, the first baseman, number 23, Dean Twigo.
And here's Dean Twigo. Who gets a loud cheer. 0 for 1. Does have a walk. This one is fouled off into the mid, and Twigo behind 0-1. Twigo now ready, the 0-1, and this one upstairs. The 1-1. This one down and in. 2 balls and a strike.
Good hitters count for Twigo. Another guy who's been red hot in the postseason.
The walks have been the Big Train's friend. However, they just haven't been able to bring any of those base runners in. And this one, a foul ball. And immediately down behind home plate is Greg Kiewit. The home plate umpire and Sal Colangelo over to check on him. Same with first base umpire Dustin Fields and third base umpire Tim Abel on a ball that Twigo fouled back right off the mask. And now Dr. Danita Valentine to make sure he's okay as well.
Yeah, and a scary scene anytime an umpire goes down like that. Especially when he's hit above the shoulders.
And he is now standing up, appears to be okay. They're going to give him his time and give him some space here. And it's a 2-2 count right now at Twigo. 1 out, runners at first and second.
Getting him a little water. Let's hope he's all right.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, you know, fouled off, comes back, God knows what velocity, and there's no chance there for Nicholson to stick the glove up and stop that ball. It's heading right for the mask if you're the umpire.
Yeah, just an unfortunate moment. Not really anyone's fault, not in anyone's control. But not comfortable nonetheless.
see how the delay affects both the Aces and the Big Train here.
And it looks like they're sending another umpire to go get his gear on. I think that might be the end of the day for a home plate umpire.
I believe that was...
Or maybe just need a new mask?
Something. That was the first base umpire, Dustin Fields, who ran off towards the first base dugout. Again, the good thing here is Greg Kiewit is up and appears to be okay, and Dr. Danita Valentine is also running back down to her little area that she has down the left field line here.
So the question with one of the umpires off the field is it a mask problem, as we see all the coaches examining the mask? Or are they getting a replacement at home plate right now?
Yeah, Kiewit doesn't have any signs that there's something wrong, just from the eye test for you and I. You know, standing up, has his balance, you know, talking to everybody right now.
And I think someone just came on the field to make sure he's all right, and it looked like a knot, and it looked like our third base umpire was just pointing to the mask, and I think that's exactly what it is. It looks like the mask is broken.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe, obviously we can't see, but maybe it cut him or something like that as well, because Dr. Danita Valentine is back, so we hope, again, he's okay. Actually, it looks like it might just be some tape.
Yeah, I think she got some tape to try and fix the mask.
Gotta get creative.
So that's a great sign. That is just the mask that's broken, but it still puts us in a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, something new every game, Eli. And now Patrick Chapman returns again. This is the first time, I think, all season our assistant GM has walked out onto the field. He's done it twice tonight.
But we don't have a new mask.
Well, things are going to have to get creative here. Not safe if you don't have that.
Someone must have another mask, but obviously it doesn't mean it fits right.
We're going to go ahead and throw it to break here with this delay continuing on. We'll give you an update when something changes. It's a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the fifth. Everyone going back to their positions, and looks like the mask has been fixed. Maybe we had a helmet change, something like that, but we are ready for baseball, and K-Shock is going to throw a few warm-up pitches here, having not thrown in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is a big spot. It's a 2-2 count with 2 on. And here comes Dean Twigo, and the biggest game of the summer so far.
We'll see what he decides to do here, 2-2. This is always tricky if you're a hitter after a long delay. He takes it outside. That one not close, and the count's full, and at risk of loading the bases for the on-deck hitter, Jeffrey Hurd.
And that's what makes it tricky. You have to find the strike zone rather quickly. Might see the runners take off here.
Yeah,
one out.
Both Bishop and Williams, great speed. Bishop dancing off second. And the pitch. And Twigo swings, hits this one in the air out to center field. He got under it, though. Bishop is going to tag. He'll make it to third base easily. And Twigo, at the very least, gets that runner to third.
Now batting for the Big Train from right fielder number 45, Jeffrey Hurd.
And I think Bishop was going to run if he could get the right jump, and he just couldn't because Keyshock held him at second a little bit longer than he wanted. But at the end of the day, still moves over to third, and now it's up to Jeffrey Hurd to try and get a big hit.
Well, Jeffrey's been one of the most clutch hitters this year, and we'll see if he has another big moment in him. Trying to get that go-ahead run in 90 feet away. He takes a fastball. It's a called strike.
Keyshock has had great command all inning. Outside of the one walk.
0-1. And a big swing and a miss here. And Jeffrey Hurd behind 0-2. Both pitches in the zone. Jeffrey unable to do anything with either one. 0-2. This one fouled off. Just barely gets a piece of it. Dixon Williams was off and running.
Looks like it caught our umpire again. Behind home plate.
Having a bit of a rough inning back there. Oh, and to the count. 2 down, Jeffrey Hurd. It's Cameron Keyshock. The pitch. Runner goes. Breaking ball up. And a pump fake to second base by Nicholson. Williams swipes it and looks Bishop back at third.
Yeah, Tim Nicholson has seen that play before and not going to risk throwing down because Bishop likely on his way home as soon as that throw made. Rather just allow Keyshock to get the out.
A ball and 2 strikes. Now base hit, could easily score 2. Lined out towards center field. This ball is going to stay up and be caught again. Gregory in center field. A ball magnet right now out there as he takes away what would have been a base hit from Hurd and a couple of RPIs. It's a pitching and defense kind of game here in Game 2 of the League Championship Series Finals. Aces and Big Train locked in a 1-1 tie. Well, Sal Colangelo will opt to keep Jack Hostetler out on the mound. Excellent pitching performance so far. And he will face 9-1-2. Chris Esquivel, the second baseman, to lead it off here. 1-1 tie. As we're approaching 10 o'clock Eastern time here in Bethesda. The first one, a called strike. Hostetler, ready the pitch. And takes something off. And man, oh man, Esquivel swings right over it. No balls and 2 strikes. Hostetler right now. This is pitch number 59.
It's been fantastic so far.
This breaking ball over Esquivel. Just can't locate that one. Now moving again on the ground to short. Rasmussen backhands it. Long throw in time. Connor Rasmussen showing off the arm, and it's out number 1.
And just continues to be consistent at shortstop. That's not an easy play with good speed down the line, but Rasmussen makes it with relative ease.
Tim Nicholson. So we've reached the top of the order again. Third time through the lineup now. And he gets a fastball from Hostetler in there for a strike.
That's the longest outing of Hostetler's summer. Did go 7 and 8 innings last summer, but has been a year.
Back to the fastball. This one on the outside corner, and Hostetler ahead 0-2. Nicholson, a ground out and a fielder's choice. The 0-2. This one again outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Tries to put a little more on that fastball and just misses off the outside part of the plate, but sets up the curveball right here.
Taylor on deck. 1-2. There's the breaking ball, Eli, and it's a called third strike on the inside corner. Nicholson didn't like it, but it's another strikeout for Hostetler.
A fantastic pitch, and he continues to look better as the night goes on.
Now 5 strikeouts tonight for Hostetler, and it brings up Corey Taylor. 0 for 2 night for him with a pop out and a ground out. This one lined out to left field. It's a base hit for Taylor. It's a 2-out knock, and it's the first base hit for the Aces since Wade reached on a leadoff single back in the 3rd.
That's a nice piece of hitting. Gets a curveball over the plate and just able to take it out to left field, but one of the very few mistakes Hostetler has made tonight.
Third baseman number 20, Gavin Miller.
And now it's Gavin Miller, who Hostetler has pitched really well against tonight. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And the fastball finds the zone, a called strike. Slider has been Hostetler's pitch against Miller. Both strikeouts coming on swings on that slider, as this one is skipped in the dirt. And final game here at Shirley Povich Field this year, as this one is chopped foul. The Big Train trying to wrap it up at home and win the 2023 Ripken League champions.
Get a little revenge where they lost
Right.
Game 2 in the series last summer.
Runner goes. Schiavone's got a good arm, but the throw is late. And it's a stolen base for Taylor. And the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Yeah, Schiavone just never able to get to his feet and just tried to sling it from his knees. And still a good throw, but Taylor a little bit too fast. This becomes a really big at-bat for Hostetler to try and keep this game tied.
The 2-2. This one lined out to center. Zeb Ruddle right there makes the grab, and the inning ends. 6 innings of 1-run ball, just 3 hits from Hostetler, and an amazing performance tonight from the right-hander, and Sal Colangelo, the first one to greet him. To the bottom half of the inning, the Big Train offense trying to wake up, needing just a run to take the lead. Jacob Orr to lead it off. Jason Schiavone, Jack Guerrero to follow.
And it's such a big part of the lineup and such a big inning for the Big Train. A couple runs here could put them in great shape down the stretch.
And the slider misses too far outside. The Big Train just, again, need a run to take the lead. The walks, they've been able to draw them all night, but just have not been able to have that one big hit. Not had a base hit since the second inning. This one finds the zone to even up the count.
I only have one hit all night.
Yeah, it's been a tough time out there for the Big Train, facing off against two really good pitchers in this Alexandria Aces team. And now Orr behind, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, you knew you were going to get the best the Aces had available tonight, and you really have seen it from Edmonds and now Keyshock, and the bullpen pretty well rested for Alexandria, and they're going to throw everything they got to try and win this game.
1-2, this one goes to the backstop. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, this one on the ground out to second base. Esquivel fields, throws in time. And Jacob Orr gets jammed and rolls one over to the right side.
Yeah, nice job by Keyshock. Just jams him inside with a fastball.
And now it's Jason Schiavone. Schiavone takes the first one, a fastball on the inside corner. Schiavone with a double, a run scored, and a strikeout tonight.
Yeah, it's the only hit today for the Big Train.
Oh, 1. This one down low and inside. Schiavone hasn't agreed with some of the calls made by the home plate umpire against him tonight. The first one, I don't think he liked either. He takes this one high.
He's the catcher for the Big Train, and he sees all the pitches he catches, and so gets it on the flip side. Saw Tim Nicholson, the catcher for the Aces, disagree with a couple calls when he was up to bat.
2 balls and a strike. Outside, 3-1. Guerrero waits on deck.
A good hitter's count for Schiavone. The one hit not representative for how well the Big Train have hit the ball, but they have hit it right at Nick Gregory in center field a couple times.
Yeah, a few really hard hit balls tonight for the Big Train. Williams has had one, Hurd's had one. See if Schiavone swings 3-1. He doesn't, and it's a called strike. And again, I don't think Schiavone liked it, and the count goes full. They are working the pitch count a little bit in this inning, though, against K-Shot. Three balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. This one down low, ball 4. Schiavone draws the walk. And there's the go-ahead run.
Big Train have gotten runners because of the walks, but still looking for that big hit.
Brings up Jack Guerrero. 5 walks now tonight for the Big Train. 2 for Dixon Williams and 1 each for Dean Twigo, Jeffrey Hurd. And now Jason Schiavone as Guerrero looks to erase a rough night at the plate, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
Golden opportunity with a big hit here.
First one late on a fastball. Guerrero's timing all day has not been there. He's been behind the fastball and he's been off balance with the breaking stuff. Oh, 1. And the fastball is a called strike, and groans from the Big Train dugout as Guerrero behind 0-2. Jack Guerrero takes this one high, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Train have worked good at bats, but it's about how you finish the at bats at some point, especially once you've already gotten Edmonds out of the game. Aces have a long line of bullpen guys they can turn to.
1-2, Guerrero, slow chopper towards the middle, knocked down, and no flip made. It's going to be an infield hit. A great attempt out there at second by Escobar. He was able to retrieve the ball on the dive. And Guerrero is on. 2 runners on now and 1 out. And it's Connor Rasmussen.
He's a guy who timed up a baseball last time out. Hit a sharp line drive to right center field, but it was caught by Nick Gregory.
And got a good piece of a breaking ball. First one to Rasmussen, a fastball. And he takes that one, a ball and no strikes. Want to know the count. Rasmussen swings and hits a shallow fly ball to left center, and the catch is going to be made by the center fielder. Nearly a collision, but Gregory again patrolling center field makes the grab. It was Taylor who cut him off. But Gregory just able to get there, and now it's up to Casey Bishop.
And again, the Big Train asks for a big 2-out hit. This time from the bottom of the order.
Casey Bishop breaks his bat, slowly hit out to short. Bishop, the throw is bad. It gets away. Here comes Schiavone. The Big Train on top. Now Guerrero comes around. Here comes the throw to the plate. He's in. Bishop to third. High throw. He's safe. 2 in on the bad throw. And the Big Train are up top. It's 3-1.
And the shortstop, Grego, bobbled once he fielded, could not get the ball out of his glove cleanly, and Bishop with great speed forced him to rush the throw, and he just threw it away.
And that's now twice we've seen Casey Bishop come up clutch for the Big Train on slow ground balls to the left side of the infield. The walk-off in Game 1 of the semifinals, and now here, the error that plates 2 runs. And now the Big Train 9 outs away from adding another one. Zeb Ruddle looking for his first hit of the postseason. Takes a fastball that misses.
All of a sudden, Big Train have turned this game in their favor.
Well inside, 2 balls, no strikes. And K-Shock can't find the command, and you have top of the order waiting on deck.
But still a long way to go, and with the runner at third, you would love to get some insurance runs here, or at least an insurance run. 3-run lead feels a whole lot better than 2.
Ruddle swings 2-0, drives this one out toward deep left center field. This one is back at the track at the wall, and it's off the glove. In to score is Bishop. Ruddle will get into second base. Gregory could not make the play. Another run in. It's going to be a base hit. It'll be a double for Ruddle, an RBI, and it's a 4-1 game.
And not a perfect read from Gregory. He started back, and then he had to drift towards his right, towards the scoreboard in left center field, and just unable to come up with it and unable to make the play.
Now a chat on the mound here. This inning getting away from the Aces. Big Train had 2 outs. Aces are trying to get out of it. The error on the throw from the shortstop, Grego, allowed Bishop to get all the way to third and allowed 2 runs to score, and then Zeb Ruddle swinging 2-0, picks up an RBI with a double.
It's the manager, Chris Burstad, who went out to the mound. This is less about what Keyshock has done on the mound. It's not the time for the pitching coach, but the manager to try and settle things down, try and help his club get out of the inning. With still a runner in scoring position, great speed at second, and a great hitter at the plate.
Dixon Williams up. Ruddle at second, the first one. There's a fastball that misses outside, a ball and no strikes. One-0 fastball in tight, 2 balls, no strikes. Keyshawn can't find the corners. We'll see if Williams swings 2-0. He does, lines it. Oh, what a leaping catch. Oster over at first, taking away a base hit from Dixon Williams on the leap. But the big train come through. 3 runs come in. They take advantage of a throwing error. They score 2, and Ruddle picks up an RBI as we've reached the later innings. Jack Hostetler back out for the 7th. The big train up 4-1. So Ostetler back out for the 7th inning. The big train up 4-1. Jonah Oster, who made the great catch over at first base to lead the inning off 4, 5, and 6. As Hostetler delivers, and the first one is hit in the air out to right field. Down the line, Jeffrey Hurd is there. 1 pitch and 1 out.
A big out because Oster has been an extra base machine in the postseason, and Hostetler continues to pitch very well.
That's Matt Ossenfort. And we have a ruling changed here that just occurred. Zeb Ruddle's double has now been changed to an error on the center fielder, Gregory. So no RBI double, now an E8, and at the very least, still a run for the big train.
A huge at-bat.
That was a ball that Zeb hit a long way out near the Povich Field scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, he crushed that baseball. Nick Gregory tracks down a lot of ground in center field and just hit off the glove.
Oh, no, big swing and a miss here. Ossenfort, 1 for 2. He singled to left field in the 2nd. And then grounded out in the 4th. 3-4-3 on a line drive that hit off of Twigo. And a big swing and a miss here. A ball and 2 strikes. Hostetler is moving. Good for the strikeout.
1-2. And the fastball misses high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One out, 2-2. This one, Austin Fort fouls it off. Staying alive at the plate.
And the Big Train have completely shifted him.
Yeah.
Can see Rasmussen almost behind the second base bag and Dixon Williams playing where you normally see a shortstop.
Casey Bishop out in shallow right field, 2-2. And this one, a little high and tight. The count goes full.
And I think Hostetler would have liked that call. We've seen calls close to that tonight. It has been a big strike zone on the corners.
The count is full. 3-2. This one misses. Ball 4. Austin Fort draws the 1-out walk. A couple of close pitches on 2-2 and 3-2, but Hostetler doesn't get the call. And it brings up Nick Gregory.
Couple really nice takes from Austin Fort to get aboard, and Hostetler just has to settle down, focus on the next hitter. He's been really good tonight.
Gregory takes the first one a little high and outside, a ball and no strikes. The lone RBI of the night to Gregory back in the second. Sac fly, picking up an RBI and a fly ball to right. 1-0. This one catches the zone to even up the count.
That's a pitch Gregory instantly knew he wanted to swing at. Tell by his demeanor in the box, he let a fastball that he would like go.
Right off the end of the bat, Gregory fouls it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dylan Grego waiting on deck. One and 2 the count. Hostetler, the breaking ball. Out of the hand, clearly slipped. The count evens 2-2.
Such a big pitch here from Hostetler.
Fastball upstairs, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And Craig Lopez going to head out and chat with his right-hander.
Yeah, does not want to issue another walk. It would bring the tying run up. And now Craig Lopez is, looks like he's heading down towards third base coach, and now we'll walk all the way down to the bullpen.
Interesting.
Count is full. And the breaking ball out of the hand, not close, ball 4. Interesting, Hostetler was ready to go. Lopez didn't even make it down to the bullpen yet. Music was still playing, and now here comes the tying run to the plate, back-to-back 1-out walks.
Interesting to see if anyone's warming up in the Big Train bullpen.
And a long discussion here. Down that third base line, Dylan Grego with a big opportunity. Big Train would love a ground ball. Now Jason Schiavone heads out to the mound.
I think this is time to let someone warm up in that bullpen for the Big Train. They didn't have anyone going earlier this inning. Now starting to get some action going, but back-to-back walks for Hostetler and a little bit of a tricky situation for the Big Train. Although the cap waved, and I think someone got up and warm ready. That cap wave down to the bullpen. Here comes Sal Colangelo, and I think the night done for Hostetler.
Also could have been, maybe they couldn't get in contact if somebody was down there in the bullpen. And it looks like Max Martzoff is going to walk into this game. Jack Hostetler
An unbelievable performance, in line for the win. As Max Martsoff takes over, an ovation from the crowd. Fantastic performance from the Whitman College product. 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball. Martsoff takes over, 1 out here in the top of the 7th.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie
Well, there's Max Martsoff on with 1 out here in the 7th inning. 2 on, the tying run will hit. And Martsoff has had an incredible postseason so far for the Big Train. He's worked 4 2/3 innings. 1 hit, no walks, no runs, 6 strikeouts. Came in and got the win in Game 1 of the semifinals. 3 innings of relief against the Crop Dusters, and also slammed the door in the 15-7 win in Game 3, which sent the Big Train to the finals.
Was in line for a save before a huge bottom of the 8th for the Big Train.
Yeah, Bethesda added 5 runs. When Martsoff took over, it was a 10-7 game. Shortstop Grego takes the first one. It's a called strike.
That fastball with great run away from right-handers in towards left-handers, and also has some vertical drop to it, and then he has a really nice slider to go along with it.
Martsoff, the 0-1. This one fouled back, no balls and 2 strikes. And in this situation, you always love to save your best pitcher for the save, but when you have 8 outs to go and the tying run up, it makes a total sense to go to your best reliever.
Not only going to your best reliever, but he very well could be in line for a save.
0-2. One right back into the net. Grego stays alive. Martsoff during the regular season, an ERA of exactly 3. It got inflated because of the 3 earned runs allowed in 4 innings at the Crop Dusters. But a combined 25 2/3 innings so far between the regular season and the postseason. 34 strikeouts, 9 walks. 0-2 again. This one called, 3rd strike on the inside corner. And Martsoff out of the pen gets a big out, number 2.
Right, he has turned into the highest of leverage guys all summer long. And he gives it everything he has every single time he's out there.
And here's Alex Wade. And the first one misses low, a ball and no strikes. Martsoff ready, the 1-0. This one fouled back. And the count evens up.
It's a bunch of righties in this order for Martsoff. But with that fastball running away, he's a really good pitcher to righties as well.
This one popped back out of play. Martzoff a strike away from getting out of it.
A reminder that children may not exit Shirley Coverage Field without an adult. Thank you.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Wade, gotta protect. The pitch. This one on the ground at third. Dixon Williams. Fields throws across in time, and Martzoff comes on and gets out of it. Well, it's 7th inning stretch time here from Game 2 of the finals. The Big Train preserve their 3-run lead. They're up 4-1.
Wait for me. Keep watching you when you leave.
Well, the new pitcher will be Josh Rivera. The Leesburg, Virginia native takes over here in the bottom of the 7th. The Big Train still up 4-1. And Rivera against the T-Bolts, which is his lone appearance here in the postseason. Allowed an earned run in an inning, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Did not have his best stuff, but a guy who had an ERA of 2.34 during the regular season. On in the 7th as the Big Train move 6 outs away from winning it all.
And they would love insurance runs with 2, 3, and 4 due up, but no easy task against a great arm in Rivera.
Now batting to the Big Train, the first
Dean Twigo, Jeffrey Hurd, Jake Gabor.
Twigo.
2, 3, and 4 due up here in the bottom of the 7th. Twigo standing in, and the first one. A fastball high and outside. A ball and no strikes. Twigo again takes another high fastball. 2-0. Good hitters count. Twigo takes the breaking ball low. 3 balls, no strikes.
Great opportunity to get a leadoff base runner.
It's a 4-pitch walk. Rivera, 9 walks during the regular season. Now 3 here in the postseason. He has walked 5 in his last 4 appearances. In his previous 4, 0. Didn't allow a walk from June 20th all the way up until July 16th. Since then, the command hasn't been there, and now it's Jeffrey Hurd. And the first one. A fastball in there for a strike, 0-1.
think that's a pitch Hurd wants to swing at. Just one or two more runs would make Sal Colangelo, the Big Train manager, feel a whole lot more comfortable.
Hurd fouls this one off, and it's behind 0-2. Trying to shorten up the swing. 0-2 the count. And the breaking ball doesn't catch the zone. Rivera wanted it. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Twigo over at first. Big hole on the right side. This one too far outside.
Good job by Hurd to work this at bat. And if you're Rivera, you don't want to walk him. Now you have to start thinking about giving him something good to hit. And that's a chance that Hurd could pounce on.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Hurd takes the breaking ball outside, and the count is full, 3-2. See if Twigo runs here. Does not. And this one not close. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Rivera. Now 4 in an inning of work in the postseason.
Now batting for the Big Train, the left fielder number 18, Jacob Orr.
Here's Jacob Orr, but not before a mound visit. Check on Rivera.
Chris Rooney, the pitching coach, heads out to the mound. Talk with the right-handed reliever.
Yeah, nothing working right now, and he still has a couple of tough hitters to face. Orr up, Schiavone waiting on deck. Orr tonight, 0 for 3, a couple of ground outs and a fly out to center field. The corners come in. Middle infielders at double play depth. Orr shows bunt and pops this one back foul. To assume the sign is still on. Big Train need a few more runs here to feel comfortable. Just 3 hits tonight for Bethesda. First baseman comes way in. This one bunted to the left side perfectly by Orr. The throw to first will be in time. Covering Esquivel over. First baseman charged in. Orr gets it to the third baseman. Beautifully executed. And now it's Jason Schiavone. And kind of a fun thing we're doing tonight, if you're with us on the Big Train Baseball Network, is we are letting you vote for who you think has been the postseason MVP for the Big Train. Right now, Jason Schiavone does lead with, at the time, 44% of the votes. So if you haven't voted and you'd like to, select from the options that we have, as there's a called strike. Dixon Williams is in second, just a little bit behind him, a few ticks. They've been neck and neck all night. No balls and a strike. Infield in. Well up and in.
And a big opportunity for Schiavone to come through here. Infield in. Ground ball could find its way through and bring home 2.
1-1. Up and in again. 2 balls and a strike. Good hitters count. 2 balls and a strike. Schiavone takes the breaking ball, catches the zone. Schiavone doesn't like it, and the Big Train bench yelling.
Now has to protect with 2 strikes. Needs to find a way to put this ball in play.
The 2-2. This one misses in tight, and the count goes full.
If you walk Schiavone, you do have a base open, but already 2 walks in the inning before this, and would set up the force, however.
3-2. Up and in, ball 4. 3rd walk of the inning, and the bases are loaded. And it's Jack Guerrero who has an opportunity here to blow this game open. A right-hander is throwing in the bullpen, but Guerrero a chance to do some damage. Twigo over at 3rd, Hurd at 2nd, Schiavone at 1st. And now it looks like Rivera is likely going to be done. Chris Bursett out to the mound. 1 out recorded for Rivera. 3 walks, the bases are loaded, a right-hander comes in. As we go ahead and throw it to break, we'll come back, talk about the new pitcher. You're watching Big Train Baseball on the Big Train Baseball Network. Thomas Lamar takes over for the Aces, another one of the Alexandria bullpen arms who could be classified as arguably their best arm, a guy who had a sub-2 ERA in 18 2/3 innings. The one thing about Thomas Lamar, it's the walks and the hits. He might have that 1.92 ERA, but 15 walks and 16 hits in the 18 2/3 innings worked.
Does mean he's a bit of an escape artist, and that's exactly what they need here.
Second appearance of the postseason, and the first one to Guerrero's in the dirt. Has pitched in 2 games, pitched in both games against the T-Bolts, tossed 2 innings, did pick up a save, walked 1, and struck out 2. So a 1.74 ERA if you combine regular and post. Guerrero to the opposite field, a base hit. They're going to go station to station as Twygo scores. Jack Guerrero erases the 0 for 2 strikeout night. Now 2 for 4 with 2 singles and an RBI.
A huge hit and just rolls it softly the other way, but right through the hole. And a huge hit that really pads this Big Train lead. And my point about the escape artist for Thomas Lamar is sometimes when you're in trouble, not only is he their best arm, but you turn to a guy who you know has the ability to get out of these tricky situations. But that time, Guerrero makes him pay.
Now it's Connor Rasmussen. Breaks his bat, slowly hit, and this is ruled a foul ball. Ruled a foul ball despite the broken bat. This one rolled out to the mound to Lamar. And everyone will head back.
Rasmussen going to need a new piece of lumber.
So no balls and a strike, bases still loaded. See Nicholson behind the plate still picking up a few of the pieces. That one splintered in to a few different pieces, and now Sal Colangelo will come out and collect it. I'll make sure nobody steps on that or dives on it, anything like that. Now going with the black barrel and the green handle. Slow chopper. Lamar throws, bad! Into scores Jeffrey Hurd. Here comes another run. Schiavone in, out at the plate. And Jason Schiavone can't believe it, and now he's going to try to plead his case. A high throw from Lamar, and it was a bang-bang play at home. But a run scores. It is the first out. It's now 6-1. That one not even close. We'll check that. 2 outs now with Casey Bishop up, 2 runners on. Again, that first out was the Jacob Orr sack bunt. Now this one at home.
And a hit here really puts the Big Train in a great spot. Chance to break it wide open.
And a good curveball in there for a strike. Oh, 1. Chopper. Slowly out to short. This one in and out of the glove, and Bishop reaches. And everything going wrong in this inning now for Alexandria. Grego can't make the play. Another run in. It's a 7-1 game.
Yeah, things are getting away from the Aces. 4 errors tonight. And just uncharacteristic for a team this season who has been excellent defensively.
Ruddle on the ground to second. Esquivel. Fields throws to first in time, and the inning ends. But the Big Train, another 3-run inning. They take advantage of a few more errors as we go to the 8th. The Big Train up big at 7-1. Well, Max Martzoff, you would expect, even if the Big Train didn't score 3 runs, probably still in the game, but now with a comfortable lead, Sal Colangelo, the decision easy. Keep Max in there and see if you can get these 6 outs. Chris Esquivel, 9-1-2, and the first one. Inside corner, a called strike. Martzoff always working quickly. This one chopped foul ahead 0-2. Max going back-to-back fastballs there in. If he goes with a third, he might work it away. This one in the air out to center field. Zeb Ruddle going back. Under it. Makes the grab for out number 1 in the 8th.
And Esquivel just gets under it, but an easy play for Ruddle, and Max Martzoff continues to get outs. Here's the top of the order, though. This is where things get a little bit more difficult.
It's Tim Nicholson. 0 for 3 night and struck out looking in his last at bat. Lines the first one back foul. This one fouled out of play. Make that 5 pitches, 5 strikes here for Martzoff. And the count's 0-2. This one in the air, shallow center. Zeb Ruddle coming in. A slide off the glove. Ruddle can't make the play. And they're going to give that an error on Zeb Ruddle trying to slide in. And it's a 1-out base runner.
And a really nice attempt from Ruddle, but that's a tricky play to make. And unable to make the catch.
The left fielder, number 27, Corey Taylor.
And it brings up Corey Taylor. First error of the night for the Big Train. Bethesda will now look to turn 2, and the first one to Taylor misses down low. A ball and no strikes. (1-0). This one catches the zone, evens up the count. One ball, 1 strike. Big swing and a miss, 1-2.
Martzoff with that fastball can get ground balls and strikeouts. Really talented stuff from the left-hander.
The 1-2. He got him. Goes back to the fastball. And it's out number 2 in the 8th.
The third baseman, number 20, Gavin Miller.
And now it's Gavin Miller looking to extend the 8th inning. Runner goes. Schiavone's throw on a line, but it goes into center field. And it's a stolen base for Nicholson. And time is called, and they're going to give Nicholson some time. I don't know if he hurt himself or if maybe the jersey popped out, or I think it actually might just be all the dirt. Oh, 0-1. This one at the knees, a called strike, and the count's 0-2.
Go to the fastball, could also try and paint the slider on the outside corner.
0-2, this one hit in the air, shallow center. Ruddle coming in, it's going to be Bishop going out who makes the grab, and the inning ends, and it's another scoreless inning for Max Martzoff, who has had one of the most impressive postseasons of any reliever in Big Train history. We go to the bottom of the 8th. One final tune-up for the Big Train before they send it to the 9th. Dixon Williams to lead it off here for the Big Train in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Up 7-1, just 4 hits tonight. And Williams takes the first one down and in, a ball and no strikes. Williams got robbed of a base hit in his last at-bat. And he's ahead 2-0.
Big Train looking to put maybe the finishing touches on an offensive night where they've scored a bunch of runs and gotten a little bit of help from the Aces defense.
Big swing and a miss. Williams well out in front of an off-speed pitch. 2-1.
4 hits for the Big Train, 5 errors for the Aces, but you take runs any way you get them in a big game like this.
Lamar steps off. Now Williams steps back in. And the 2-1. Down and in, 3 balls and a strike. Williams looking to reach. He's walked twice. And a big swing and a miss here, 3-1. And now the count goes full. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Williams strikes out, and it's out number 1.
Number 23, Dean Twigo.
And it's Dean Twigo. And the first one. Twigo fouls this one back. No balls and a strike. Twigo takes it low, 1-1. Twigo takes another one outside. Gets ahead in the count.
This one, Twygo swings and hits a shallow fly ball to right. Esquivel is going to be called off, and the catch will be made by Wade. Wade originally stopped, and then when he realized Esquivel stopped, had to run in again, make the grab, and it's out number 2. And now here's Jeffrey Hurd, and what could be his final plate appearance as a Big Train. One of the best seasons, right on cue, same time, one of the best to do it. Batting average over 300 combined between the regular season and the playoffs. And like Patrick Chapman said a few broadcasts ago, one of the most clutch hitters, and he's going to send this one out to left, and it's going to get down a base hit. It gets past Taylor, who tried to slide, and Hurd is going to get into second base, and it's one more base hit to add to an incredible season for Jeffrey.
Now batting for the Big Train, number 18, Jacob Orr.
And it's Jacob Orr. Orr would love to pick up an RBI. And he takes the breaking ball up and in, a ball and no strikes. This breaking ball, this one catches the zone. Another really nice pitch there from Lamar. 1-1. Or in the air, shallow right. This one will stay up and be caught by Wade, and the inning ends. Well, the Big Train will go to the 9th. They're 3 outs away from winning it all here at Shirley Povich Field. Well, the Big Train fans are fired up. Max Martzoff back out to the mound. Everybody on the edge of their seat. 3 outs to go. Martzoff trying to wrap it up here at home. Martzoff ready, and the first pitch is a fastball that misses outside, a ball and no strikes. Jonah Oster to lead it off, 4, 5, and 6. And the 1-0 misses as well, 2 balls and no strikes.
Martzoff with a big cushion, just needs to throw strikes, something he has done particularly well this summer.
2-0 fastball at the knees, a called strike. 2-1 the count. Martzoff ready and delivers. This one up and in, 3 balls and a strike. You wonder how much Max really has in the tank.
It's just worked so much lately. 19 strikes, 5 balls though. And this one misses outside, ball 4. It's a leadoff walk.
The DH number 19, Matt Ossenthorpe.
And it's Matt Ossenfort, who is getting potentially his final plate appearance as an Alexandria ace. Another one of the top hitters in the Ripken League fouls the first one off.
Yeah, had a fantastic summer. A little bit of a slow postseason, but a guy heading to his freshman year at Vanderbilt. Expect big things from this left-handed hitter.
0-1. This one a little low and inside, a ball and a strike. Martzoff delivers. Chopper to second. Bishop to Rasmussen for 1. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice, but it is out number 1. So 1 out, runner remains over at first, and it's Nick Gregory. Gregory takes a called strike. This one misses, and it evens up the count. One. This one on the ground to the right side. Slips by Bishop. Goes into right. It's a base hit. 2 runners on with 1 out.
And another soft ground ball, but just through the hole.
And how that 3-run inning in the 7th is looking really big for the Big Train. Take that away. This would be the tying run. Dylan Grego. Same situation as his last plate appearance. 2 runners on, 1 out. Last time he struck out looking. It was Martzoff's first hitter. Big swing and a miss here. Oh, and 1 the count. Bethesda trying to turn 2. The 0-1. This one in the air out to center field. Zeb Ruddle spins around, going back, makes the grab. And it's out number 2. Long throw in from Ruddle as well. Martzoff ends up making the play. And the fans are standing up.
The right fielder number 10, Alex Wade.
Alex Wade, the last chance for the Aces, the Big Train, looking for some revenge, looking to be on top again. Everybody up. No other pitcher you want out there either than Max Martzoff. First one. This one lined. Bishop off the glove and into right center field. It's going to be an RBI single. The game will continue, and it's 7-2. Bishop very nearly ended it. Gregory off and running is able to go to third.
The second baseman number 2, Chris Escobar.
So it's 7-2. Chris Esquivel, number 9 hitter, 0 for 3 night. The first one, runner goes. This one on the ground, past the diving Rasmussen into left field. It's another base hit. It's a 7-3 game, and the Aces just continue to find outfield grass. And now here comes pitching coach Craig Lopez.
Nothing hit particularly hard, but just to the right spots, and all of a sudden just clawing their way back a little bit, but one more out needed for the Big Train.
Yeah, it's the top of the order. Tim Nicholson. Everybody's still standing. 7-3 ball game. And Lopez joking with catcher Jason Schiavone. They're trying to get this last out.
Some mutual respect between Schiavone and Nicholson, the two catchers, good friends.
First one fouled off, no balls and a strike. Both the base hits from Wade and Esquivel had a runner going from first, and it was a little softly hit single. First one over Bishop's glove, this one into the 5-hole. 0-1. This one popped out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. Martzoff wrapped up the semifinals. He's looking to wrap up the finals. The 0-2. This one just a little inside, a ball and 2 strikes. Still 2-strike count. The 1-2. This one hit high in the air out to left field. Jacob Orr is there. The Big Train have done it again. Ripken League champs in 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the game.
Now 10-time Ripken League champions. Now their 11th championship in history.
That's the end of the ball game.
And the Big Train, a team that got off to a hot start, scuffled a little bit in July, but had one of the best postseasons they've had in a long time, sweep the Aces and win it here at home.
An incredible performance tonight. Not easy for the Big Train. This Aces team good, but ultimately able to finish it off in 2 games and return back to the top.
Everyone with handshakes, high fives. Sal Colangelo and the rest of the coaching staff met with the Aces as well. And the Big Train had 1 point in the semifinals. Was an out away from going down 1-0 in that series. And had that Jeffrey Hurd home run not happened, likely would have been swept by the Crop Dusters after the Crop Dusters took game 2. Ever since that home run from Hurd, the Big Train completely turned it around. And they went 4-1 in 5 games and wrap it up here at Shirley Povich Field.
Yeah, they get to win it at home for the first time since 2019. When they last won in 3 games against the T-Bolts. One on the road in 2021, lost here at home in Game 2 a season ago, but back on top in 2023.
The Big Train have just doused Sal Colangelo. Patrick Alley gets him with the water, gets him a second time. The greatest manager in Cal Ripken League history has another title under his name. And the Big Train, a 7-3 final in 9 innings here. Game 2, the finals, taking down the Aces. A few shirts already being handed out as well as we wait for the trophy ceremony down on the field as the Big Train begin to crowd around home plate. And here comes Austin Morris with another thing of Gatorade. I got to tell you what, Eli, it must feel great for them after the Aces these last few years have come out of nowhere, and they completely they drench Coach Craig Lopez as well. Big Train team, again, that got off to a really hot start out of the gate. The offense was there constantly. The pitching as well dominant. Had a tough stretch towards the end of June where there wasn't a lot of games played, a lot of rainouts, and ever since that happened, you remember the offense just was not there. Less than 5 runs a game. But the last week of the regular season and the postseason, the offense there.
Manager Sal Colangelo.
As the press all gathered down at the field. The trophy held by Austin Morris. And Schiavone wins the MVP. 3 home runs in game 1 in Alexandria. Had that double earlier. Really the hardest hit ball of the night for the Big Train. Not to mention the fact that Jason, as a catcher, maybe works harder than anybody else on this team. Constantly behind the plate, started all 5 games in the postseason. And one of the most loved guys by Sal Colangelo and the entire staff here in Bethesda. Another one for Sal Colangelo, and it feels good with Bethesda back on top. Another fantastic season as they begin that long walk out to left field where Sal Colangelo expected to give his final speech, but the celebrations will continue. And to think for some of these guys, an opportunity that may never happen again. And Sal Colangelo, a lot of credit, recruited an excellent team here in Bethesda. Some very good local talent and very good Power 5 talent all across the country coming together for what was a very memorable season of Bethesda Big Train baseball. Well, as the meeting begins, we're going to go ahead and throw it to break. We'll come back and have post-game down on the field. The Big Train, Ripken League champions again here in 2023.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up. It'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you groove. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up. The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train, ride that boogie train till the sun comes up. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey, hey baby, I love the way you groove.
Welcome back to the Big Train Baseball Network post-game show. I'm alongside the Cal Ripken League Championship Series MVP, Jason Schiavone. Jason, I know we said one more earlier today. We have one more interview with you tonight. Winning the title in your second summer with Bethesda, getting revenge on this field, the place where you guys lost the finals last year. What does this mean to you?
Honestly, it means a lot. I mean, like last year, it was like a tough ending for us. I mean, we all competed last year, but I mean, this year, we just played we played really well today, and things worked out for us. And I know we got the best team. I wouldn't take anybody else over these guys, and I couldn't be happier with how this unfolded for us.
Emotions high, live television, no worries. The Big Train needed your offense last night, and again tonight. You were able to score the first 2 runs of the game, gave the Big Train the lead, and they never looked back. Had that big double off the wall. But more importantly tonight, I think, was the job you did behind the plate. Jack Hostetler and then Max Martzoff. What was working for you guys tonight as the battery for both pitchers?
Honestly, I couldn't be happier with both of how they performed today. I mean, they both did a fantastic job, like unreal. And Jack, everything was working for him today. All of his pitches were working really well. We can get deep into the hitters' minds and try to work different counts and work different pitches, and it worked out really well for him. And I couldn't be happier. And Max just came in and shoved. I mean, it was a great thing for him, and he's developed all year, and he's just been that guy for us. So I couldn't be happier.
And offensively tonight, you had the big double, the first hit of the game, really the first hit that lasted almost 6 innings. That big hit off the center field wall, were you looking for something in particular, or just, again, squaring up a baseball with 2 strikes?
Yeah, honestly, I got down 2 strikes again, but I kind of work on that a lot, where it's trying to just get a good barrel on the ball. And like yesterday, good things happened after that. I was just trying to put a good barrel on it, and it worked out at center field wall, and it got the things rolling for us. And I was just happy I could help my team out and win.
Well, thank you for all your time this summer. Congratulations on both the championship and the MVP.
Thank you.
And now I'm alongside Adam Glover. Adam, Jason Schiavone, the league championship MVP, as we're joined by Big Train General Manager Michael Michaud. What impressed you tonight in the win? The pitching, only 1 run allowed through 8 innings, and then a couple runs late, but the big lead already established and really finished things off.
For Hostetler, we mentioned it earlier, a guy who originally pitching out of the bullpen showed a lot of heart tonight. That's really kind of the summary of this season. This team, record-wise, not as dominant as some of the other Ripken League champions prior, but this team showed a lot of heart and a lot of fight throughout the year, and they deserve to be champions tonight. And Hostetler tonight really showed it in his performance.
There were a few more struggles throughout the season than there have been over the past couple years. They were the 1 seed in 2021. They were tied for first place in the whole league in the regular season last year. This year they went into a little bit of slump at the end of July, at the end of the regular season, but they got to the postseason, the one swing from Jeffrey Hurd to tie the game in Game 1, and really they never looked back.
Right, and you take it back to that game, the offense quiet. And after that, even the one loss they had, the offense in that game still put a lot of base runners on. So really, that is kind of the swing that has symbolized the entire postseason for the Big Train. All it took was a 2-0 hack at a fastball from Jeffrey Hurd. But again, a Big Train team offense not really there in the month of July. And this is their territory, though. This is what they know how to do. They know how to play playoff baseball here in Bethesda, and they lived up to it tonight.
A 10th Cal Ripken League title, an 11th title overall for the team, and they got to win it this year in front of their home fans for the first time since 2019. This atmosphere has been fantastic all summer. What has that meant to this ball club?
I think it means everything. First of all, give some credit to Michael Michaud and Patrick Chapman, our general manager and our assistant general manager, who have done a great job, but fans always make the atmosphere better. It was about as loud as I've ever heard it during the semifinals here, and it kind of gets your adrenaline up and going, and it makes everybody better.
Well, the Big Train are champions once again, an 11th time in team history, back on top in 2023. That's going to do it for our coverage from the beginning of June through the end of July. It has been a pleasure speaking to you all summer long. We've been happy to bring you every moment from every game, and the Big Train finished things out on top. For Adam Glover, Kaylee Tallman, our producer, Harrison Myers. For the final time, I'm Eli Kleinman, signing off and saying goodnight. The Big Train, champions of the Cal Ripken League in 2023.